Hey, Fred, can you hear us? If you can, turn your camera back on, and we'll test your microphone and camera.
There we go. Yeah, I can hear you guys really good.
Okay,
Can you all hear me?
Yep, we sure can.
All
Keep
right.
talking so we can get you framed up. Okay, there you go. You got him?
I don't know if I like being framed or not. That doesn't sound good.
Okay, we're good, thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, right. You can sit there. I'm going to give the 60-second warning, and I was wondering if Kevin Captain was in the room. In lieu of Kevin Captain, does anybody know if downstairs is full of people waiting?
He's going to get a count. My understanding a few minutes ago, there was about a dozen people. So I don't know where it is right this second, but he just stepped out. Go look.
Okay. And we don't really know where they are in this, or I don't know where they are in this stack. I was going to call like 5 at a time to bring them up, but
That's what I would suggest, and we'll make sure.
I don't know which ones are downstairs.
There's
They'll,
Kevin.
they'll hear. So
I know they'll hear, but, well, I'll just call 5 at a time from the beginning to end then, and it's 6 o'clock, so we'll resume our meeting that started at 9 this morning, the September 21st County Council meeting. We're glad that you're here. This is the second and final public hearing where your tax millage rate will be set. And I'm gonna open it up by inviting the county manager just to kind of give you a rundown of what the proceedings will be tonight. George?
yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. What we'll do, we'll have a short overview. Aaron Van Cleek, our budget director, will go over the proposed rates and the percent over rollback. He will then talk about the budget itself, a brief overview. Then we'll open it up for public participation, and then, of course, council discussion, and then the adoption of the rates and the budget itself. So, as Aaron gets ready here, I was going to just say this budget, before as we get started, places a high emphasis on public safety and properly maintaining where necessary, or upgrading where necessary our facilities and public infrastructure. It does include required upgrades of our 800 megahertz radio system, our security system at the jail, 9 additional firefighters, 6 additional corrections officers, 2 each paramedic and EMTs for our transport system. And this budget meets the needs of the Sheriff's Department. It also, of course, includes the reinstatement, the reinstated Echo and Forever programs. And it also includes the recent decision by this county board to cut $2.9 million from the original request. This budget also begins to address the need for competitive compensation for all of our employees, and it reflects the rising costs we face from our private sector vendors and suppliers. We've done all this while continuing to bring the general fund tax rate down for the 4th year in a row, 5 of the last 6 years. And if you recall, last year we were at rollback rate for 9 of the 10 tax funds voted on by this body. So with that, I'd like to thank the council for providing direction throughout the year, including our 2 5-year forecast presentations in June and the 5 other budget discussions we've had July, August, and September. And I'd especially like to thank our CFO, Ryan Osowski, and our budget director, Aaron Van Cleek, along with my amazing staff of professionals that are out there and make this budget work and carry out the important services we provide every day. So with that, Aaron?
Aaron, before you start, I just want to announce that as we had this morning, we do have a full contingency here. You see an empty seat. Fred Lowry is participating virtually, and the council voted this morning to allow him to participate and vote virtually. So all 7 of us are here. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Council. Aaron Van Cleek, Management and Budget Director.
I will start by reading the millage rates that you will be voting on tonight into record, and then give you a short presentation on the budget. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority, Volusia County General Fund, is 5.3812 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 5.2025 mils by 3.43%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority, Volusia County Library Fund, is 0.5174 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.4928 mils by 4.99%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority, Volusia Forever Fund, is 0.2000 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.1002 mils by 99.6%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority, Volusia Echo Fund, is 0.2000 mils. There is not a rollback rate for this fund as it was not levied last year. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the taxing authority Mosquito Control Fund is 0.1781 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.1710 mils by 4.15%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the taxing authority Ponce Inlet and Port Authority Fund is the rollback rate of 0.0845 mils. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the taxing authority Municipal Service District Fund is 2.1083 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 1.9923 mils by 5.82%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the taxing authority Silver Sands Bethune Beach Municipal Service District Fund is 0.0144 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.0138 mils by 4.35%. The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the taxing authority Fire Rescue District Fund is 3.8412 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 3.6288 mils by 5.85%. And those are the millage rates that you guys will be voting on. So what we have before you, we have, as George mentioned, we've shown a variety of these slides already during our 5-year forecast meetings in June, the budget recommendation in July, and then the August meetings and the first budget meeting in September as well. The pie chart before you shows our total operating revenue of $960,999,531. You can see CRAs, which are ad valorem taxes collected by Volusia County and distributed to community redevelopment areas, and ad valorem taxes retained by Volusia County for operations represent $316,819,282, or 33% of the total operating revenue. Appropriated fund balance represents 36.9% of the total operating revenues. The appropriated fund balance is the balance within our operating funds that is brought forward from the prior year. The appropriated fund balance is used to fill reserves. As you can see on this slide, reserves in all operating funds for the 21-22 year are set at $300,198,615, which means we are using $54,696,687 of our fund balance within our operating funds. Charges for services is the next largest operating revenue at $104,088,280, or 10.8%. This pie chart gives you a breakdown of your ad valorem tax revenue by fund. You can see that the general fund, the county-wide funds, which are the general fund, library fund, and the voter-approved taxing funds of Volusia Forever and Echo, those funds are taxed county-wide, and the remaining funds are geographically limited to specific districts that you would live in. This gives you a total operating expenditures by department. This pie chart shows you of the total operating expenditures by department of $960,999,531. Only 33% of these expenses are funded by the ad valorem revenue, as you just saw on the ad valorem slide. For example, Public Works represents 23.09%, or $221,870,334 of the total operating expenditures. However, a majority of public works is not funded by ad valorem revenues. Transportation revenues such as gas taxes and impact fees fund road and bridge construction engineering, traffic engineering, and then water and sewer user fees are used to fund the water resource and utility operations in public works. The landfill and transfer station operations represent a large portion of public works and are funded by non-ad valorem assessments and user fees. Community services, which represents 14.32%, or $137,394,033 of the total operating expenditures, includes Volusia Forever and Echo, which account for 33.9%, or $46,533,583 of the total community services operating expenditures. The aviation and economic resources operating expenditures of $63,191,010, or 6.58%, are mostly representative of the airport operations, which represent $51,783,932, or 81.9% of that total. The Office of the Sheriff and Public Protection, which represents 29.02% of the total operating expenditures, are funded mainly from the general fund and MSD ad valorem revenues. Important to note on this slide, the tax collector and the property appraiser. The amounts listed on this chart represent Volusia County's statutorily required commissions that are paid to these offices and do not represent their complete budget. Again, you've seen this slide before. This is the general fund budget breakdown of reoccurring expenses. This pie chart shows the reoccurring expenditures in the general fund of $280,781,746, and they're broken out by category. The external expenses and support, which includes funding for the Office of the Sheriff, Supervisor of Elections, Clerk of Court, Medicaid payments, Department of Health, Drug Abuse and Mental Health, as well as the commissions paid to the property appraiser and the tax collector, represent 47.6%, or $133,692,920 of the total reoccurring expense general fund. Public protection is the next largest reoccurring expense in the general fund at 26.6%, or $74,719,531. General fund public protection includes corrections, emergency management, countywide fire services, medical examiner, beach safety operations, and the EMS support subsidy. The remaining 25.8% of the reoccurring expenses in the general fund are broken down as follows. 12.7%, or $35.6 million for operational support, business services, facilities, finance, information technology, leadership, and human resources. 10.3%, or $29.1 million for other county operations, which include community services, parks, recreation and culture, growth and resource management, and public works, which is mainly coastal. And then 2.8%, or $7.8 million for subsidies of Votran and economic development. This slide gives you a look at the fiscal year 21-22 general fund increased revenue and increased expenses by category. The revenue generated from property tax on new construction totals $5,175,298. This number includes the 4% early payment discount and potential VAB changes. The additional revenue generated from the partial rollback rate of 5.3812 totals $7,342,784. Again, this number does account for the 4% early payment discount, and this does represent a 1.3% decrease from the 2020-21 rate of 5.45. The increased revenue is attributable to reassessments capped at 1.4% for homestead residents in 2021. Non-property tax revenue increase are budgeted at $1.7 million. Finally, we are using reserves of $5.2 million to balance the budget for the fiscal year 21-22 for a total revenue increase of $19,395,838. Expenses are increased by the same for 21-22, and they're broken down by the constitutional officers and courts at a 15.2% increase over prior year, just over $13.3 million. And then the county increases of just over $6 million, which is a 3.3% increase over the prior year. These are again some of the cost increases that are impacting Volusia County. While this isn't a complete list, these are some of the issues that we have been dealing with throughout this budget process. We do have the $15 minimum wage that was approved by the voters, This will continue to have effects on Volusia County while we work towards the mandated minimum for our staff, and then current and future impacts from external organizations that do business with Volusia County, as they are expected to have to deal with this mandate as well. We have increased demand for staffing in public safety operations. For the 21-22 budget, we are adding 2 EMTs, 2 paramedics, 2 ambulance supply technicians, 6 corrections officers, 1 correction analyst, 9 firefighters, and 1 fire inspector. There are additional plans forecasted to add more staff to these areas in future years as well. We have inflation in our health insurance contributions of 6%. This inflation does affect the employer and the employee contribution with a 6% increase. For 2021, we are faced with a 6.8% increase in the state mandated retirement contribution. And then according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, we have inflation in goods and materials, less food and energy at 8.7%, energy inflation at 24.5%, and contracted services have an inflation rate of 3.1%. According to the Associated General Contractors of America, there is a 12.8% inflation in construction input cost, which could impact our future bids for projects. And with that, I will leave this slide up as you go into public participation, and we can revisit this when it's time to vote for the rates.
Thank you. Then we'll begin with public participation. I'm going to call 5 names at a time, and all the front row seats are filled. Second row, there's seats. If you want to just come up, sit down here, and then we'll be able to move through. There's quite a few. First, Charles Martin. Second, Russ Moulton. Third, Vic Baker. Fourth, Steve Farney. And fifth, Steve Hall. So Charles Martin. And when you come up, you'll have 3 minutes, and I'm going to be pretty hard on the clock, so watch it. You'll have 3 minutes, and just tell us your name and what part of the county that you're from, so that we know who we're listening to.
Okay. Hey everybody, my name is Chuck Martin, 205 Cherrywood Lane, Edgewater, Florida. I have a story to tell. 3.5 months ago, I was shot in the chest with a 9mm point blank range. It was an accidental shooting. It was actually a friend of mine. We were cleaning guns. Yeah, it was horrible, and it almost killed me. I'd show you if you want to see it, but you probably don't want to see it. It's nasty. Anyways, as I was laying on that concrete, and I was dying, I was bleeding to death, and I was praying to God, don't let me die. I got a little girl. She needs her dad, even though she's 23, loves her daddy. And I'm praying, and I'm dying. I knew I was dying. I was losing blood. I was going in and out. And lo and behold, I heard a helicopter. It was Air One. Air One come to save my life. And it was on the 29th of May at 9 o'clock at night. I want to thank that guy someday for saving my life. They got me to the hospital, and they saved my life. I lost consciousness right when I got to the hospital. I want to thank that man. And we were hauling ass in that helicopter getting there, man, but we made it, We made it, and I want to thank him. And the only thing I got left here is I've studied this inside and out, and I'm not for the full rollback. I'm not. I used to work for the county, and I had to go to work someplace else because I couldn't afford to work there anymore. We didn't make enough money back in the 90s. And I'm not for the full rollback. That would give me an extra $6 a year in my pocket. I don't need that. And with that being said, there's some dirty stuff going around, and it upset me. And this is what I'm talking about right here. This was floating around on the internet. Come over my page, and Barbara Gertman, this is your picture, and Ben Johnson. And this is upsetting. It's upsetting that somebody would stoop so low to put her name on a wanted poster. And that hurt me. It hurt me deep in my heart. That's a good woman right there. And I don't know who's responsible for it, but whoever is, somebody knows about this. Okay? And Ben Johnson, one of the finest deputies and sheriffs ever walked the face of the planet. It is a good picture. I'll let you have it if you want it, but no, that's dirty politics. There's no reason for that, Yeah, oh, so they're just not discriminating. But, no, that's all I got to say. And then Jeff, you're up here and you're supporting the cops, and that's good. And I hope you would, man. Please don't take money away from our officers. And that's about all I got to say. I love our county, and thank God for the Air One saving my life. That's all I got.
Amen. We're glad you're here. Russ Moulton?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Russ Moulton. I'm one of the over 4,774 residents of this county that signed a petition for rollback and against this tax hike that you all seem hell-bent on running through us. Yes, we want to come after those members of this council that are raising our taxes. That's what we're offended by. I hear talk from Mr. Johnson and Mr. Robbins that we're in Armageddon, that somehow Mr. Brower and Ms. Post are leading 500,000 citizens to slaughter. Let's put some things in context. And Aaron, I like your presentation. I didn't see the slide up there that talked about the cost increases that the citizens have, but I'm sure you'll have that in your deck. So I met with Aaron and Ryan and George Monday. They told me your last year's general fund budget was $311 million. This year you're increasing at 12.2% to $349.1, $38.1 million more than last year. That's $19.1 million more than the $19 million in costs that you all say you have. This doesn't add up to me. Aaron told us $7.3 million is the magic number in reductions in increased spending that you guys would need to achieve to do rollback. So none of these fine people out here would have to pay a tax increase. That's 2.1%. 2.1%. Why can't we come up with that? You took 11.2 out of reserves from more general fund spending, but you couldn't come up with another 7.3 million so we wouldn't have to pay higher taxes. You guys are really destitute. 354 million in reserves. 524 million in an investment account. Heck, if you invested that money wisely at 4 or 5%, like in 401ks, you'd have enough to cover the 19 million in increased costs you say you have, and 7.3 million to get us to roll back. We have presented to you all example after example after example where you could save money. One of our people just came up with close to $500,000 you all are proposing for renovations at the library that library staff says they don't need. Pictures show things in great shape. Folks, we do want you. We want you out. We want people more like Mr. Brower and Ms. Post that are listening to the citizens of this county. And if you're not going to listen to us, we're just going to have to go out and find people who will. Thank you.
Vic Baker, followed by Steve Farney.
Thank you, members of the council. Vic Baker. I live in New Smyrna Beach. I watched these budget proceedings over recent months, and I've heard and seen a lot of discussion about pushing for full rollback to offset the additional tax burden that results from rising property values in Volusia County. Thousands of taxpayers, as we've heard, have signed petitions demanding a full rollback. And that sounds great, doesn't it? Yet I've heard very little about what we'll have to cut in order to achieve that tempting goal of full rollback. We all agree that law enforcement and public safety are essential services you just don't want to cut, especially in these times. Inflation, as we all know, is eating up everybody's budget, everybody's. Mandates tie your hands further. We understand that. So where do you cut? Do you cut from Votran? The beaches. How about environmental services, health services, libraries, housing, the reserves, economic development? How about our crumbling roads and bridges? Can we kick the can down the road just a few more years? You see, taxpayers are footing the bill for a good deal of that. So the county services, which county services will you decide that we can do without? I heard a lot of talk on this council about rolling back taxes. I've not heard anybody on this council propose actual specific spending cuts that would achieve a full rollback. It's going to take tens of millions of dollars to get to where you need to get. So where's your plan? Don't blame the staff. They do what you tell them to. So unless I see a resolution today from this council that offers specific budget reductions to achieve full rollback, I will just have to assume that its proponents are merely engaging in empty rhetoric. Thank you for your time.
Steve Farney, followed by Steve Hall.
Good evening, County Chair, County Manager, Council. My name is Steve Farney. I'm from Port Orange, Florida. I just want to, I'm not going to take much of your time, but I'd like to say that I'm in full support of the current budget. I'd like to say that I'm here representing a group of about 300 members of the Daytona Beach Senior Softball Association. We play primarily at the Strickland Fields, and we've got nothing but compliments for all the services, the staff, and all of the support that we get out there. And as I say, we've been there for over 10 years. We pay approximately, probably close to $10,000 a year in permit fees, and those facilities are always ready for us. And that's a kudo, and I support the budget. Thank you.
Steve Hall. And then Kathy Pugh.
Hello this evening, Council. My name's Steve Hall. I represent also the Daytona Beach Senior Softball Association. I am the commissioner of the league, representing over 300 men and women, all walks of life, all different types of people. We're very inclusive to all people. In our league, we have two divisions, 60-year-olds and up and 70-year-olds and up. We have people, believe it or not, that are over 80 years old. We have one man playing 90 years old. What I'm getting at is we would hate to see services cut to our parks department, which the staff there does a wonderful job at Strickland Range. Honestly, I think this helps all of the people of our age. It gives us meaning. I had a man tell me last week he had COVID. He was in the hospital for 8 days. He said he was 1 day away from going on the vent. He said, Steve, you know what kept me going? I said, what's that? He said, besides my family, knowing I would get to come and play softball again. And those are services that you all provide, and those are services that may have to be cut. I would hate to have that happen. Also, people at our fields that work really, one guy's name's Jordan Threffall, does a wonderful job preparing the fields. You're short right now, one man there. Now, these guys didn't tell me to come and say anything or anything. This is me doing it. We're short a man there at Strickland Range. We need another guy there. I'm sure you're probably waiting to see what goes on with the budget and what you do with that. We need another guy there. He needs help. He does the whole fields. Also, at Strickland Range, it's just not two softball fields. It's also a BMX track that brings in kids from all over the country and kids in our own community here, used all the time. It's a beautiful facility. If anybody hadn't seen it, we also there at Strickland Range have a radio controlled track. A lot of people come and do that. All these things give people meaning. It gives them things to do. It gives them a reason to live. There's also a playground. I live just around the corner from this field. See it every day. There's kids there playing. There's a basketball court. Kids, their basketballs coming through the neighborhoods, going to play at the fields. We can't afford to have them cut. What about the money? We talk about money. Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more money to raise for the taxes. What about the money we save in our health care? because we're out there playing. I just went to the doctor 2 weeks ago, had a great checkup. He said, man, you don't make me any money. I need to get you out of here. And that's with a lot of people there. One thing, I see my clock's getting a little low there. Infrastructure. People forget about,
Thank you.
this is part of the infrastructure for our county. It brings in Margaritaville, Buc-ee's, and other services that's in that area.
Okay.
People that come in also use
Thank you. We
our
have 40
gas
people that want to speak.
restaurants. Okay,
Kathy
thank you.
Pugh. And then we will have Bev Johnson, Kelly McGee, and Sage Lynn. Kathy Pugh.
Hi, my name is Kathy Pugh, and I actually live right here in beautiful DeLand. The reason I'm speaking tonight is we all would love to have our taxes cut. That's reality. Come on. You guys are paying the increases as well. However, I would rather pay a little more this year than have to double it or triple it next year to make up. You cannot steal from Peter and give to Paul and not pay Peter back. I have lived here for 40 years. I have experienced many hurricanes, myself personally at home and my mother's home in Edgewater. If you steal a lot more from the reserves and we either have flooding like they had in DeBerry numerous years ago, or we have hurricanes like we have had, and you have to get all these tree people out with the big jaws and then have to chip everything. That costs money. While FEMA may reimburse us, good Lord, what's it take, 5 years, 10 years to get that money back? What if we have another outrageous tornado season? What are you going to do then when all the reserve money is gone? How are you going to look at your residents and say, sorry, we spent it so we didn't raise your taxes? That you cannot do. Please, this small increase is not that big of a deal. It's a partial rollback. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Bev Johnson.
Good evening. My name is Bev Johnson. I'm a resident in Bethune in New Smyrna Beach, Florida, and I am the president and CEO of Easter Seals Northeast Central Florida. I'm here tonight to thank you all for the work that you do every single day on behalf of all of the residents of Volusia County. I'm here to thank you for supporting the social services that are in this county. They are phenomenal. For being a small town and a small county, I've lived in major cities all over this country, and I can tell you that the work we do here in Volusia County is unparalleled. It's amazing, and I'm proud to be a part of it. Through the Children Family Advisory Board that is given funds basically by the county, I see firsthand the work that we do. Easter Seals is a lead agency for disability services, and with 4 partnering agencies, we serve children, elementary school age through adults, through behavior programs, social skills programs, life strengthening programs, work support programs. We help get people out and into our community that without your support, without the tax money that we receive, we wouldn't have the ability to have these individuals working and playing in Volusia County. My organization is also a subcontractor for other lead agencies, family support services, youth and adolescent services, homeless services. The marginalized populations are supported by you all in the county and by the CFAB. And I can't thank you enough because they're unsung heroes sitting right here in front of us, in my opinion. You get a lot of slack, I understand that. And you get up every single day and you fight for our county, and I appreciate that. Your funding, collectively, helps people in our community live, work, and play regardless of their challenges. You just heard about the softball park. We have clients that go there every week. The CFAB funding is also distributed in a competitive process. So you're doing your due diligence, and I appreciate that, and so do all of the other lead agencies, and I believe the constituents. I can't thank you enough for your commitment to Volusia County. You help our community be much more inclusive, which not every county can say. I am proud to live, work, and raise my family here, so thank you very much.
Kelly McGee.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of County Council. I'm Kelly McGee. I live here in DeLand, and I'm the Executive Director of the Riverside Conservancy. I am here this evening to support your recommended budget. As you all know, investing in clean water is a clear way to enhance the economic benefit and health of our waterways. Given the pollution that is currently impairing our springs and our rivers, now is really the time to lean into clean water investments, and I urge you to do so. With your leadership, we can be fiscally responsible and conservation-minded at the same time. Please support the county manager's recommended budget. Thank you.
Sage Lynn Gidzinski.
Hello, my name is Sage Lynn Gidzinski, and I'm a senior at Stetson University, where I'm studying aquatic and marine biology and minoring in journalism. During my time at Stetson, I also have the amazing opportunity to intern at Riverside Conservancy to help with restoring Florida shorelines with natural habitats, growing oysters and clams, and getting the opportunity to give back by educating the public on how we all can take part in assisting in bettering our environment and marine life. On behalf of Riverside Conservancy, I'm here to request the council to support the recommended budget so that our water quality can stay clean and abundant. Having clean water is not only a vital factor to our health, quality of life, and economy, but it's also an important factor for our environment, plants, and wildlife. The manager's recommended budget will allow for funding of water quality programs to help with sustainability and its resiliency. There is no time like the present for all of us to invest in our efforts and support for bettering and guaranteeing that our water quality remains clean and abundant, and most importantly, improves in the future. Lastly, I just want to thank you, council members, and the county for giving me the opportunity to speak, and I respectfully request that you support the recommended budget. Thank you.
I'm going to call 5 names. You can get ready. Next will be Luma Bendita, Tammy Davis, Ed Connors, and Scott Sheldon, and Julie Sheldon. Luma?
Hello, council members. My name is Luma Medina, and I'm a senior at Stetson University, majoring in environmental policy and economics, and a volunteer with Riverside Conservancy. Through my education and time with Riverside Conservancy, I have learned how essential water is to us humans and our vibrant Florida ecosystems. Our community has a responsibility to care for the environment. The recommended budget provides programs that support our natural resources, and I respectfully request that you support the recommended budget. This funding will push our community forward in conservation and sustainability efforts and continue our care for our Florida ecosystems. Thank you for your time and listening to me, and please support the recommended budget.
Tammy Davis.
Good evening. My name is Tammy Davis, and I have been a DeLand resident for 10 years now and a resident of Volusia County for over 15 years. My husband is also a retired law enforcement officer. Tonight I am speaking on behalf of the DeLand Suns Youth Baseball Organization, which consists of 5 teams, 58 children, and their families. I have also worked in West Volusia County for 17 years as a physical therapist assistant, so I understand the importance of physical youth development through sports. My son participates on the 12U Suns team, and my husband is the head coach for the team as well. We have regularly visited the county's parks for weekly practices that occur 2 to 3 times a week, and we enjoy the well-maintained facilities. We frequent the Bennett Park in Orange City, as well as the Chuck Lennon Field in De Leon Springs. We enjoy the adequate parking, the field lighting, as well as the restroom facilities that these parks have to offer. Due to baseball being a popular sport, especially in West Volusia, we frequently have difficulty reserving fields for the team's practices. Several times we have had to attempt practices without a field being available, and this hinders our organization's success during the week. Baseball and youth sports in general are essential to the physical and mental development of our children. It teaches teamwork, perseverance, physical fitness, neurological development, and musculature control to help combat mental illness, which has been essential during these recent difficult times while battling the pandemic. Sports helps to maintain a sense of normalcy during COVID. It provides life lessons, friendship, camaraderie, and mentorship through our coaches. These fields also provide memories for our children. We appreciate the opportunity that our son's organization has had to utilize these fields and the parks for our youth sports program, and we look forward to further opportunities as hopefully more fields can become available to make room for the many teams that are here in the west part of the county. Thank you for your time and what you do for our county.
Tammy Davis. Oh, I'm sorry. Ed Connors.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Ed Connor. I'm a resident of Ormond Beach. I'm Vice President of Florida Fair Tax, a former officer of Volusia Tax Reform, and an appointed board member of the Commission of Halifax Health. But I'm speaking today as a private citizen. I assume everyone on this commission is pretty smart. Is that a stretch? No. But being smart is not the same as having wisdom. Being able to absorb data and form and defend a budget is not the same as having the judgment to understand the impact of your tax and spending policies on local economy. Just as a reminder, in 2006, the year of the biggest real estate boom, Volusia County took in an additional $97 million in property tax revenue, an increase of 17%. Because most of that increase came from businesses and owners of multiple properties, the average taxpayer barely noticed. Volusia County has consistently had one of the highest tax rates and lowest wage structures in Florida. That same year, the average private sector wage in Volusia County, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, was just a smidgen under $30,000 a year. But when government workers were added to the total, the average wage rose over 10% to $33,000, and with benefits, the difference was closer to 25%. Meanwhile, Volusia County recorded a drop of over 5,000 occupational licenses from the private sector the following 2 years. These were businesses with multiple employees. Property values dropped between 30 and 40%. The average municipality froze wages and hiring, but in reality got by with about a 5% decline in revenues. Property taxes barely budged. It's important to remember every boom is followed by a bust. We're not saying cuts in spending are easy. Hard choices need to be made. But this is what we elected our county leaders for. Without some effort to use zero-based budgeting or consolidate services like fire, police, and ambulance, it's hard to reduce spending. We point to Duval County as an example of efficiency through consolidation. Many states are eliminating exemptions from their sales tax in exchange for a reduced burden on property owners. Professor Neil Ferguson of Harvard, in his great series on civilization, pointed out that property rights are the primary difference between the great economic engine of the United States and the petty socialist dictatorships of South and Central America. We have them, they don't. High property taxes are a direct assault on those precious rights. Please consider the consequences of your proposed tax hike. Thank you.
Thank you. Scott Sheldon. And Julie, you want to come down at the same time?
So my taxes last year were $3,600, and the proposed taxes this year are $4,300. Is that a tax increase? How many of your constituents lost jobs last year and had to cut their budgets? How many of your constituents lost businesses and had to close and cut their budgets? How many homeowners have had to cut their budgets this year? Your constituents. When is a good time to cut budgets? When? How are my tenants going to feel when I tell them, good news, you're not going to have an increase in your rent, but I'm going to start charging you more every month? Some of you stood up here and said you would be happy for a tax increase. Ma'am, would you like to pay my extra amount? They've already left. How many of your constituents today are asking for a price increase, and how many of them have signed asking you to roll back the millage rate? What percentage of them are here saying, please, please give us more taxes, we want more taxes? Why do you believe that keeping the millage rate the way it is not a tax increase? When, as an elected official, are you going to make hard decisions? When? If people are happy to pay more in taxes, why don't we put a little line item on there that allows them to send in more money? Because I'm sure they would love to pay what I'm going to get to pay more this year. How is it that in my one property in Volusia County, I get to pay more in taxes than all my other properties in Seminole and Orange County? How is that possible? But yet I'm getting no tax increase here. How is that possible? When do you want to take the time to make hard choices and do the right thing? Because as my friend said, there are consequences for decisions. When will those consequences take place? It'll take place in the voting. Thank you.
Julie?
Hi, Julie Sheldon, Ormond Beach. We are taxed endlessly. Politicians increase taxes, you impose taxes, but rarely make the hard decision to decrease taxes and slash wasteful spending. I just want to know what you might think about this poem that I'm about to read. It's tax his land, tax his bed, tax the table at which he's fed, tax his tractor, tax his mule, teach him taxes are the rule. Tax his work, tax his pay, he works for peanuts anyway. Tax his cow, tax his goat, tax his pants, tax his coat, tax his ties, tax his shirt, tax his work, tax his dirt, tax his tobacco, tax his drink, tax him if he tries to think, tax his cigars, tax his beers, if he cries, tax his tears, tax his car, tax his gas, find other ways to tax all that he has. Then let him know that you won't be done till he has no dough. When he screams and hollers, then tax him some more, tax him till he's good and sore, then tax his coffin, tax his grave, tax the sod in which he's laid. Put these words upon his tomb, taxes drove me to my doom. When he's gone, do not relax. It's time to apply the inheritance tax, accounts receivable tax, building permit tax, CDL license tax, cigarette tax, corporate income tax, dog license tax, excise taxes, federal income tax, federal unemployment tax, fishing license tax, food license tax, fuel permit tax, gasoline tax, gross receipts tax, hunting license tax, inheritance tax, inventory tax, IRS interest charges, IRS penalties, tax on top of tax, liquor tax, luxury taxes, marriage license tax, Medicare tax, personal property tax, real estate tax, service charge tax, social security tax, road usage tax, recreational vehicle tax, sales tax, school tax, state income tax, state unemployment tax, telephone federal excise tax, telephone federal universal service fee tax, telephone federal, state, and local surcharge taxes, telephone minimum usage surcharge tax, telephone recurring and non-recurring charges tax, telephone state and local tax, utility taxes, vehicle license registration tax, vehicle sales tax, watercraft registration tax, well permit tax, workers' compensation tax. These are just to name a few. The more we are taxed, the more impoverished we become. Take the right action, hear your constituents, go to full rollback on our property taxes. We will remember and hold you to account in November of 2022.
I'm going to call off 5 more names, Kevin. I don't know if everybody's up here or not. Michelle Maria, Vernon Current, Ron Edmonds, and Kathy Feinst. So, Michelle, are you here?
Good evening. My name is Michelle Mariah. I'm a resident of Daytona Beach. And like someone said earlier, I have a story to tell. I live with my parents. My father is 88 years old. He's a Korean War veteran. He's legally blind. My mother has Parkinson's. They live in one of the smaller homes in an ungated community in the LPGA. They've been a resident here for about 15 years. And people keep saying, oh, the taxes are not going up. It's only pennies, it's minimal. I'm looking at the proposed tax bill for their house. And the increase, as it stands right now, goes up $1,000 for 1 year. My parents are on a fixed income. When does this stop? When does the increase stop? It'll increase this year, it'll increase next year, and it will just keep going up. Thank you.
Vernon Current, followed by Ron Edmonds.
Good evening, Chairman Brower, council members. My name is Vernon Current. I live in New Smyrna Beach, Florida. And I am also one of the over 4,747 taxpayers who have signed the petition for the full rollback. Many taxpayers have had a chance to review and analyze the 21-22 recommended budget. To solve this with your help, the consensus from the taxpayers are as follows. Go to full rollback that is recommended by the county manager and your chief financial officer, and utilize the general fund for the reserves to cover the outrageous increases in unwarranted spending that the taxpayers have already funded. So, the county council members with the various departments giving their taxpayers full accountability and transparency will be an indicative indicator for the upcoming vote November 2022. Thank you.
Ron Edmonds.
Good evening, Council. My name is Ron Edmonds. I'm from Daytona Beach. This is my 3rd visit here to speak with you. I'm not here to stroke your egos, and to be honest with you, I couldn't care less what you think of me as an individual. I'm going to bring you the truth. In the first 2 visits that I was here, what I witnessed was a complete disregard for the constituents that put you in the chairs that you now sit in. What I witnessed was a council who says, you all just don't understand. You don't get it. What we got from some of you was the sky is falling. This means bankruptcy. This means ruin. If we go to full rollback, it is the end of Volusia County. We even had one councilwoman say, well, it doesn't impact me to worry about whether or not I'll be reelected because I'm not running next year. That spoke volumes to me. If the only reason you make a decision is because you're in fear of your job, that's disgusting. The people that put you in those chairs are coming to you and they're telling you, we cannot afford this. After the last year and a half that we've been through, we cannot afford this. And then I sit here and I watch Heather and Jeff bring up ideas as to where we can find money. And all I heard was, no, you can't do that. No, that won't work. No, that's not possible. That's not how this works. If you all were sitting on a board at a corporation, you'd be fired. You've got two people here, Jeff and Heather, who stand up for us. And they stand in the face of individuals who are basically disrespectful to them, tell them they don't get it, they don't know. Well, guess what? They do know. I'm also one of those 4,774 taxpayers that signed a petition that says no more. Whether you're running for re-election or not, I'm just asking you to do your jobs. Some of you still are climbing the ladder and you have sights on something bigger than a council chair. So you might want to think about how that impacts you, or at least think about how citizens look at you when you say, you just don't get it. Thank you.
Kathy, is it Feinst?
Hello,
Please
everyone. My name is Kathy Feint. I'm from New Smyrna Beach, Florida. I've been here for 26 years. My years here in Volusia County, owning businesses, volunteering with chambers of commerce, I took an interest in our county government and had the opportunity to participate in the Citizens Academy of Volusia County to understand how property taxes are assessed, millage rates. As a resident, elections come up, candidates run for office to service the people financially with tax funds, build our infrastructure, to grow our community with dignity and pride, have transparency to understand how the town and county run our community. I had the chance to go to both council meetings, one September 7th. I've also streamed the meetings for the last several months. I have also gone to our New Smyrna Beach City Commission meetings over the years. The difference between both councils are night and day. New Smyrna Beach wanted our input, transparency for the residents to see how their tax dollars were being spent. The city and the residents want the same thing, healthy living and without unnecessary spending. When it came to the budget sessions and the meetings, the commissioners had their budget portfolios with them. They went over each line item and discussed where they could best cut back to help our residents during such a difficult year. Next year, they would then sit down again and concentrate on budget and expenses to again benefit the growth which will inevitably come. The county council commissioners, they seem to argue with one another and they don't work together. Transparency is not available to the residents. Your conversations have proven that not once have you all sat down together in a budget session to go over line items to help offset the spending. Example, the items in the library fund budgeting for the renovations, which aren't even necessary this year. They're not even necessary. This last year, all of the residents have had to endure such financial setbacks. Businesses suffered. This county is built on small business, tourism, along with constantly looking for big business. The council is budgeting for raises for all staff because of this past year. It's required. It's necessary. We're proud residents to commend the hard work they've done. But we too as residents need compensation for that setback of our hardships. Of all 5 sitting these appointed commission chairs stated that not all have done their due diligence to help in the spending of this next year, and that you all agreed to sit down line by line and, let's see where the last page is, and review the spending and have a better understanding of where budget cuts can be addressed this next fiscal year.
Thank you.
Could I have one sentence?
One sentence.
Smart business decisions make healthy outcomes. All of you are educated in all fields and are capable of making good choices for the better life of this community, along with being intelligent adults to work and get along for the same outcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
That was a run-on sentence.
I didn't even put a comma.
Douglas Kinney. And then Debbie Curley, Carlton Curley, Maureen Letta, Karen Clark. Douglas Kinney.
Good evening. Douglas Kinney from Ormond by the Sea, Ormond Beach. A lot of people hit on a lot of hot topics. I'm here to support the rollback. And one of the things nobody's talked about really is there's $8.2 million incentive for corporations for infrastructure. Why are we paying for that through our taxes? You're saying to achieve the rollback, you need 7.3 million in savings. If there's 8.2 for these corporations, well, do the math. It's $900,000 savings. Why are we supporting these corporations? Growth needs to pay for itself. I drive down Williamson Boulevard Road or whatever, probably 4 times a week. Now, if we're going to pay them to build stuff, I've never been in a situation like that. Now, I've lived in Orange County, Seminole County, Hernando County, and I've never seen them do that. I've heard the excuse of they bring jobs and all this. But when you give them all these incentives to come, who's paying for it? Me? You maybe, I don't know. You and you. You know, you said you aren't going to run next year, so you don't care. So, it's
direct your comments to me, please.
It's just time to wake up, and we got to stop increasing. Look at those line items. I spent a lot of time in my life in budgets and meetings, and we need to see it. And I can guarantee you that the citizens of Volusia County, when it comes to this budget meetings and the taxes for next year, you haven't seen anything yet. I came in on the end of this, and I plan to be on the beginning of it next year. And I appreciate Heather and Jeff for what they're trying to do for this county. We need more people like that sitting up there. Thank you.
Debbie Curley.
Good evening, council, chair. My husband and I put together a letter to y'all. Didn't get a response, so I'm here to read it. To Volusia County Council and County Manager, we are Carlton and Debbie Curley, and we live in DeLand. We have listened to the arguments from both sides on the millage rate. We believe that a full rollback is possible. The amounts in your line items are what you consider before setting a millage rate. This is what we did for one such item in the budget. Referring to budget page 43, the library, Fund 104, library line 317, you will find an amount for $400,000 for floor covering, $75,000 for lighting, $70,000 for interior paint, and $40,000 for bathroom renovation. These are worthy projects to consider, so I decided to take a little trip back to the building I used for 12 years as a hospital homebound teacher for students in that area. I was greeted by 3 separate employees in different buildings. I introduced myself and told them why I was there, to check on the condition of their flooring, interior paint, and bathrooms. As a building contractor in Volusia County for 26 years, I felt qualified to look over these items. I was surprised and pleased to see the condition of these items. I commended the staff and the maintenance crew for an excellent job over the years. I asked if there was anything that really needed replaced or renovated, and they all said no, our facility is in great condition. Then I asked if I could take pictures, and as you can see by the attached photos, this property has been so well maintained, it doesn't need these items on the budget. All it would take is a simple inspection by a professional eye to see that. This would be a savings of around $500,000 in our budget from just one item with a single visit to the site. How many other items are not needed in this budget? This is where we, the people, become concerned and suspicious of government spending. We hope you will take the time and review our 21-22 budget to determine that there are no other needless expenditures that are embedded in the pages and lines of this budget. Thank you for taking the time to read this and act on our request. But I didn't get a response from anyone. And I'm telling you, I was a former GS employee 3 decades ago. And I did see waste. And that's why I quit the government, because of the waste I saw. You know, things go on behind closed doors. People sit on their phones and play solitaire, and amongst other things.
Carlton Curley.
Carlton Curley, my wife and I live in DeLand. Well, you hear the yearly tax cut efforts outside and down in the Rotunda area, and I'm in favor of that. I'm in favor of full rollback. However, there are other ways to cut your budget, just as my wife explained. So we took that effort by investigating one line, just one line of the budget. We verified it through pictures and through talking to people, and then we published it. I'm inviting other people. I'm inviting you as citizens of Volusia County. I'm inviting the staff as citizens of Volusia County. I'm inviting everybody out there or everybody out there in Videoland. I'm inviting them all just to take one item. Take one item, investigate it, verify their findings, publish it, and tell why it is we don't need this. So that's exactly what we did. It's called oversight. You have oversight over the staff. We have oversight over you. That's basically all I have to say, except that I would like to know 2 things. If I may enter this as communications to your council, and where do you stand on that $500,000 amount that is not needed in the library fund? Thank you for listening.
Maureen Letta, followed by Karen Clark.
Good evening, everybody. I'm glad you're all here. My name is Maureen Letta, and I live in unincorporated Volusia County, which I love. Ho-hum. Yep, I'm another one of those pesky tax research people. And I just think tonight may be just a formality. I mean, this is public hearing number 2. I want to welcome back Fred Lowry to listen in here. I think that's awesome that you're here, Fred. Congratulations, and awesome for the county council and all the hard work you're doing. So I agree with County Council Chair Jeff Brower and Councilwoman Heather Post. There's no need to ask us taxpayers, more non-homesteaded than homesteaded, for more of our money this year. I agree with the senior softball league men that spoke from Strickland Park. I agree that there's lots of things we do, and we love the parks. But I also know, County Council, it's hard to appease everybody's opinion. That's just not possible. But I'm possible, and what is possible is the opportunity to really digest the numbers, understand the numbers, and hold yourselves and all the people that work for the county and the constitutional officers accountable. you would see new perspectives. Can't you collaborate and engage in healthy debate and talk about layman's terms to us? Over the last year and a half, the government at all levels have put restrictions in place that have hurt our jobs. Many people lost all or a significant amount of their income and are still feeling the impacts of the shutdowns. The federal government borrowed more money and printed a lot out of thin air, which increases inflation. I'm sure you've all felt that. Do you not realize that the current proposed budget is creating more angst and division among our county than ever that I've seen? Maybe that's not unusual. This is my first rodeo here. But it makes sense to me to decrease your reserves. I know the county likes to have 5 to 10% in reserves, and I know it's not a requirement, according to Aaron, but just being conservative, if that's what you like. Mr. Rechtenwald states in this county manager, July 20th, his words, while tourism in Volusia County slowed at the beginning of the pandemic, it quickly rebounded. And we are expecting a 9% increase in resort tax for fiscal year 21-22. Have any of you gone and seen what the tax for the resorts is happening this year from January to now? They just posted the August results. And he also says the Public Works Department is estimating gas taxes to increase by only 1% as cars are becoming more efficient and more electric vehicles are causing less gas to be purchased. His words, I think electric cars are far away, and whoever made this prediction, I feel, is way off. The county still has a need for reserves. I believe in that. I believe that you need to have reserves for good Fitch bond ratings, and that's why we do it. But I also believe that to be both physically responsible and conservative, the right thing to do for county taxpayers is to go back to roll back. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen Clark. I got to ask again. We've still got a pile here. Please stick to 3 minutes.
Oh, I am.
I'm talking to everybody. But you've just wasted 3 seconds with me talking.
That's okay. Gary Cruz is not able to be here. He has COVID. So me, as his notary, I'm reading his letter. And it says, Gary Cruz is from DeBarry. He's one of the thousands on the petition. There are folks in Volusia County who believe some representatives on this council do not value our voices. Instead, listen to those behind a curtain who continue to pull their strings. This is not me. There are folks to believe that it is wasted effort to try to communicate our thoughts and opinions to the council representatives. Gary is not one of them. Gary continues to have confidence that our representatives, some of you will have the courage to break away from the Gang of Five and actually represent the citizens of Volusia. I am here in his behalf today to ask you one thing. Please do not raise our taxes. I am requesting, Gary's requesting you vote to a complete rollback of the millage rate. If you vote for anything less than a complete rollback on millage rate, our taxes will go up. No matter how it's worded or what lipstick you put on it, we will pay more in taxes, and that, my friend, is tax increase. In mine and many other views, Chairman Brow, a huge victory last November was a clear signal that Volusia County residents are hungry for a change and tired of business as usual and continued tax increases. Gary believes that we, the people, understand our ultimate power is at the ballot box, and we will be prepared to fundamentally change the direction of the county's government if it becomes necessary. So, the request is simple. We are asking you to listen to the residents and do the right thing by a complete rollback on the millage rate. A complete rollback is the only acceptable vote. Anything less means we will be paying more taxes. Ignoring the voice of the people, not listening to your residents is extremely dangerous. Voting to fully roll back the millage rate to avoid another tax increase is your opportunity to do what's best for the residents of Volusia County. It's your opportunity to be a hero. Please hear our voices and don't raise taxes. Again, it's from Gary Cruz in DeBarry. He's disabled. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call 5 more names. Amy Munizzi, Kevin Phelps, Dana DePeister, and Earl Ferkel. That's an L. And Adrian Stelly? Is Amy here? Oh, I thought I saw you walk down.
Amy Munizzi, De Leon Springs. I'm here to represent the De Leon Springs Community Association. We want to thank you so much for what you're doing tonight and trying to listen to the voice of the people. We're here to speak in support of Volusia County Parks and Recreational Services. I don't know if you really realize what a steward they are of the image of Volusia County. When we think of Volusia County, most of us think of a fantastic natural experience, the ability to get out in a kayak or a bicycle or enjoy all the various waterways, the rivers, the ocean, the lakes and streams. And Volusia County Parks and Recreational Services, under the leadership of Tim Bailey, does a phenomenal job of allowing people to get out and enjoy a healthy lifestyle. Volusia County is known far and wide as a place where people get out and enjoy nature and really enjoy being out in these parks and recreational services. And Tim and his staff do a phenomenal job keeping up with all of these parks and recreational services. If you go to any of these recreational facilities, you find a clean bathroom. It smells good. There's toilet paper. The lawns are mowed, the facilities are in great condition, and the trees are trimmed, the landscaping looks great. And this is all due to their hard work. It's hot, it's sweaty, it's dirty, sometimes it's dangerous, and they get out there and make our county look great and help our reputation throughout the world. People come here from all over the world and enjoy a natural, healthy lifestyle. So we are adamantly opposed to any types of cuts to outdoor recreational services. We know that it's important to our healthy lifestyle. We know it's important to our image. And we just ask that you protect recreational services, especially our parks, outdoor facilities such as the fields that they were talking about, Chuck Lennon Park and those types of fields where kids get out and enjoy a healthy lifestyle, and adults, as one of the people said, all the way into the 90s, get out and enjoy this lifestyle. So we just ask that you protect parks and recreational services and that there be no cuts to that in particular. Thank you.
Kevin Phelps.
My name is Kevin Phelps. I'm from the North DeLand area. I'm going to sort of follow up on what Amy just said. I'm representing the local mountain bike group of this area. We help maintain trails in some of the county parks that we have here. I'd like to also express our tremendous appreciation for the staff of the Parks and Rec Department for the great job in maintaining them, and especially the services that they offer. I've worked with the staff and around for a decade and regarding the bike trails in the parks, and have enjoyed the parks here for 20 years since I've moved here. Tim and his team have always strived to keep the parks in great shape for people and make people happy that come to use the parks. This is only going to get harder if cuts happen, and then populations grows, increased maintenance because these parks are starting to get old. We're going to have to need more maintenance, so anything's going to hurt if they can't keep that same service going. I hope while looking at the budget and possible reductions, you take into consideration during this very strange time, people are actually rediscovering the outdoors, and we should really be looking at something that might not discourage them. So hopefully there won't be the cuts towards the parks and services. I know it's a hard thing to do budgeting, but I hope you see the benefits for the county parks and their services and not reduce their services so they can continue to do great jobs for the public. Thank you for hearing me, and have a good day.
Thank you. Dana DePeister.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm Donna DePeister, and I live in Glenwood area of unincorporated Volusia County. I was born, raised, educated in the DeLand area and have spent my entire life here. I spent 40 years in the finance department of Volusia County and retired in 2019. From home, I listened to the budget hearing held on September 7th in these chambers. I had reviewed the budget document beforehand and found it to be solid and well thought out. The policies that keep the expenditures in check and keep the county fiscally healthy, I see still reflected in this budget. The general fund debt burden is low. The Sunreal debt is its only burden, a commitment you chose to honor this year. You are continuing pay-as-you-go capital funding, which avoids further borrowing. You're maintaining your emergency reserves at 10%, which is very important because it's your safety net to cover the large costs when disaster strikes, something we're no strangers to. I do remember the years when there were no reserves. And you're staying away from using one-time money like the CARES and ARPA funds for ongoing operational expenses. The pay raises included is reasonable and begins to prepare you for the minimum wage increase you're going to see in 2026. And most importantly, you have a county manager who leads a great team of professionals and is fiscally conservative. He always has been. Staff knows not to submit something that they do not absolutely need or will end up on the cutting room floor. To get perspective, I looked at the proposed tax bill for my own home, focusing on the general fund, the fund that seems to be in contention. Compared to last year and based on the partial rollback being proposed, I will be paying only an additional $5 in general fund taxes. Based on the charts included in last public hearing, nearly 70% of homesteaded properties will be paying less. Now I admit that full rollback rate would actually lower my general fund tax by $29 and sounds tempting. But at what cost? A cut of an additional $7 to $8 million would be required to meet rollback in the general fund. You've already trimmed away $2.9 million of non-public safety, non-external related expenditures at your last meeting. Thank you for giving me the So what's left? Asking the elected constitutional officers to pitch in and reduce their budgets? Cut to public protection. There's $8.5 million in capital expenditures needed for public safety. From my point of view, I will be happy to pay the additional $5 in taxes to cover these costs. It isn't worth kicking the can down the road by putting these expenditures, or worse, having to reduce services. Based on your last meeting, I do believe County Council is heading in the right direction by reinstituting the budget workshops, which will not only help staff, but also the citizens like me to know the goals and priorities of their elected council. I do encourage you to invite the now separate elected constitutional officers to join you at the table when discussing future budgets. Their share of the general fund operating budget increase is significant. I believe close to 48%. I think it's important, if only for the sake of transparency, that it may not be left out. Not be left out. For those reasons I've stated, I support the rollback rate of 5.3812. I do thank you, County Council, for your dedicated service to this community. It is a challenging and hard job you have been elected to, and I appreciate it.
Thank you, Donna. Earl Ferkel.
Good evening. Thanks for allowing me to speak. My name is Earl Ferkel. I'm from Port Orange. I'm a full-time volunteer at Lake Woodruff Wildlife Refuge. But when any politician from either side of the aisle starts talking about raising taxes on citizens, whoever those citizens may be, the focus should not be primarily on who is paying the extra taxes. It should be on who is receiving those tax dollars. The real and most fundamental question is, are the people who will be spending these extra tax dollars the people we could trust with our hard-earned money? And the answer is emphatically no. For the last 5 decades, our elected representatives from both sides of the political parties have shown themselves unequivocally to be poor custodians of the American citizens' hard-earned tax dollars, and it's a proven fact. Thank you for your time.
Adrian Staley. That's easy.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to speak before you. First of all, my name is Adriatico Staley. I am a native Floridian, so I've heard several people say that they've been here 14, 27, 48 years. I've been here 71 years. I am a retired teacher, and my husband is a retired combat wounded Marine with 3 Purple Hearts. We bought land, built our home, and live out our last years in the beautiful county of Volusia. We are from the Leon Springs unincorporated area. Our taxes are now over $10,000. We have cows, chickens, ducks, and bees. I purchased a home for $130,000 about 10 years ago. I just recently sold it for $317,000. And the reason I'm stating that is all of our prices of houses, as you know, here in Florida, have increased. So obviously, the tax base has also increased. Okay. I appreciate you have payroll needs and others have special interest. I speak for the landowners. However, with COVID limiting our resources, we cannot afford to increase our taxes. Please heed what we are saying, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. 5 more names: Deborah Griffith, Jean Verano, Mike Jacobson, Donald Stoner, Wendy Anderson. So Deborah Griffith.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Deborah Griffith. I'm a DeLandite. I'm born and raised 57 years in Volusia. I now reside in De Leon Springs after spending nearly 30 years with my husband in the Air Force within our service. My taxes this year are over $10,000, and that's with homestead exemption and the military veterans. I am now in the process of attempting to get my ag exemption to bring my taxes down. My parents were forced to sell properties this year because they could not afford to put people in those homes to rent because of COVID. So we are requesting, since my family still owns over 20 properties in Volusia County, we are requesting that you do a full rollback. Thank you.
Jean Verano.
There we go. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. My name is Gene Verano. I am founder, Chief Executive Officer, Chairman of the Board of New Smyrna Beach Disc Golf, Inc., an IRS-recognized 501c3 nonprofit organization. We're engaged in a public-private partnership known as a 3P with Volusia County, specifically Parks, Recreation, and Leisure. I founded the organization to build a model of public-private partnership largely due to the reasons we're all here tonight, which is money. First, a statement of my qualifications. I am on the Professional Disc Golf Association's Board of Directors, representing and serving the Masters Committee, being an older person, and serving on the Military Committee. In my personal life, I'm a project manager for the Department of Transportation, and I'm quite familiar with budgeting over multiple years and where the funding for my department work program comes from. Prior to that, I worked for the Department of Environmental Protection as a field engineer, controlling compliance and regulatory activities for the Bureau of Beaches and Coastal Systems, Coastal Construction Control Line section. Before the DEP, I was a sole proprietor of a landscape design build company and an environmental consulting and construction company specializing in the beach and nearshore environment. I've been involved in Parks and Recreation all of my life. My father worked in Parks and Rec before ultimately retiring from the Florida Park Service. He was always deeply involved, so it was always meant that I was the first kid at the ballpark and the last one to leave. I have done the same for my children and coached them into their high school years. When I became an empty nester, I had more time to give to disc golf, and Volusia County had only 2 courses, both in city parks. I designed, financed, installed, and continue to maintain the first disc golf course in New Smyrna Beach at the Doris Sleeper Spruce Creek Reserve. Subsequently, our group of business and professional men and women has grown, and we now have 2 courses on Volusia County Parks lands, one at Doris Sleeper, of course, another at Glencoe. Another 3P with the City of New Smyrna Beach at Holland was partially funded by the ECHO grant, and we appreciate that. Our group has been back-end intellectual support and built courses for parks departments out of state and has built courses for private entities as well. Our group, our efforts, brings in disc golfers from all over the world to visit our beaches, our restaurants, our hotels, our disc golf courses, which is sport tourism, which is free for them to enjoy. I've played over 150 courses in 19 states and 3 countries, and I observe parks and fields, facilities, and complexes, and you can see in an instant how old the park is. Wear and tear from high use is acceptable. Rundown and uninviting, or rundown and doesn't feel safe, are 2 different things any of you could see as well. I'm respectfully addressing council to relate that our organization desires your decision on the proposed budget include the full budget as proposed, and we would not desire to see any reduction in the millage rate proposed. It's not too late to consider increasing the millage. As a park advocate, we use a simple logic as it relates to making our comment herein. Parks, recreation, and leisure is a service to the community. Respectfully, sir, I could have brought 4,800 disc golfers, and I could have had every one of them fill out a comment card. So if I could finish one last sentence, I would appreciate it.
Finish your sentence.
Thank
Is
you,
it
sir.
run-on sentence?
Well, you've heard me speak rapidly.
Go
You
ahead.
could consider
Go ahead.
that. Yes, sure. Parks, recreation, and leisure is a service to the community that is vitally important to every taxpayer in the county, whether they are the user of our county's parks, trails, and recreational sports facilities or programming, or take advantage of our amenities for leisure or business of providing services, competitions, and events. And we're also footing the bill for every one of those visitors that come here. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Mike Jacobson, followed by Donald Stoner.
All right. Good evening, County Manager and County Council. I'm Mike Jacobson from Daytona Beach. My wife and I retired here about a year ago, and we are not opposed to property taxes, but we are opposed to steep tax increases, and that's what we are seeing. Rising property values are not a license to raise taxes, and they don't increase your spending power. We've seen this. We had a condo at Myrtle Beach. Our taxes went from $900 a year to $3,000 a year. That's crippling. And that's what happens when you raise your taxes just based on the property values, and that hurts at home. And your constituents are not feeling an income increase with those increase in property values. And so normal inflation rate's about 3%. Yes, we've seen some higher increases recently, but we need to hold it. What are our constituents seeing in their pay at home? If they're only getting 3% or less, that's where we need to hold their increases. So I'm asking that you limit any increase to that 3%. Or look what the federal government does for your Social Security recipients. Are they getting a 10% increase? Are they getting any increase? So after all the discussion tonight, the council is going to have a vote. And you can choose, you can make excuses, or you can hold the line on the property tax increase. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Donald Stoner, followed by Wendy Anderson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Don Stoner from Enterprise, Florida. Thank you very much for your time and for taking the time to listen to everybody this evening. I know you guys have a lot to consider. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm hard of hearing. Go ahead.
Problem. Thanks, Kevin. I know you all have a lot to consider, and I'm not here to push you one way or the other. I'm just here to ask you, as you make your decision going forward, to consider some of the services that the county offers. I know many of you from some of the events we do. As I said, I'm with Runners High Timing and Race Management. We put on some of the running events and triathlons around the county. Some of these include the Tomoka Marathon, the Central Florida Legends Marathon, Lighthouse Loop, and we even help with the county's own Daytona Half Marathon. As part of these, we have had the opportunity and the privilege of working with the county significantly in a lot of the services you all offer. We have been very appreciative of all the support we have received from the county, and the staff has always been professional, reliable, and very helpful to us. You all have heard a lot about Parks and Recreation tonight. I'm also here to tell you how much we appreciate their support. It is because of them we are able to do a lot of these events. because of their support, because of the hard work they put into maintaining the trail systems all across the county and the parks that we use and support, not just as us as a business putting on these events, but also as us as runners and residents throughout the county. I'm on these trails almost every day and always see the Parks and Rec staff out there working to maintain the trails, whether it's repairing the bridges, marking hazards, cleaning up the trash, or doing whatever. They're out there and they work hard. When we put on events, they'll be out there at 3 and 4 in the morning with us helping everything set up. Now, you all have heard the benefits that these services offer to the residents of the county, but I also want to highlight, as the disc golfer gentleman did as well, that these services bring in tourists from around the country. As part of our events, we have 1,000, 2,000 participants in these. We've had participants from all 50 states, as well as a dozen countries come in to the area. We bring in these tourists, they come here, they have hotel stays, we generate hundreds of hotel stay nights, as well as filling up restaurants and stuff from there. So when you look at some of these services they provide, it's not just a benefit to the restaurants, or a benefit, excuse me, to the residents, it's also a benefit to the community and the economy as a whole. So we feel that keeping those services fully funded and helping them helps the community in so many ways. It helps us as residents, giving us those outdoor spaces to enjoy and all those opportunities that not many places have, as well as bringing in those economic dollars from the tourism that helps benefit us in so many ways. So again, thank you for your time, and I appreciate you listening to everyone tonight, and I hope you all have a good evening.
Wendy Anderson. Oh, there she is.
Chairman Brower, honorable council members, and the county manager. My name is Dr. Wendy Anderson, and I am your elected chair of the Volusia County Soil and Water Conservation District. As you make your final deliberations tonight about the county's revenues and budget for the fiscal year, I want to remind you about our shared values. The biggest asset we have in Volusia County, our most important value proposition, and the one force that unifies when nothing else does, that unifies the people of this county, and that I believe unifies this elected body, is our love for Volusia County's diverse natural resources and outdoor recreation spaces. We value our ability to access our county's still beautiful places, and we understand that protecting those places and protecting the water on which we all depend is essential, indeed prerequisite for everything else that emerges. Without nature, without water, we have no society, no economy. When I look at the county's organizational chart and I try to wrap my head around why it costs so much to keep things operating, and I first see that what looks like a haphazard bug splatter of departments and divisions that are each responsible for some piece of protecting the environment. The Environmental Management Division, Parks, Recreation and Culture, Resource Stewardship, Road and Bridge, Engineering, Solid Waste, Water Resources and Utilities, Planning and Development, and several others. What's up with all of those? But it's not haphazard. Indeed, nearly every department shares the responsibility for protecting our natural resources, because that is a core value of our county that is hardwired into everything we do here. It's a core value that each and every one of you share. We have a petition for 4,774 people wanting rollback, but we had 203,573 voters who chose to continue the ECHO program. 2013, 460 voters to continue and reinstate the Volusia Forever program. They sent the signal that protecting the environment is a core value. Each and every one of you have made overtures about your commitment to protecting the qualities of life in Volusia County. I'm going to jump to the end because I don't want to run out of time. Our tourism, our quality of life for our residents, it's all grounded in the ground. Above all else, we must protect that fiercely. You must protect it fiercely. The groundswell of resistance to overdevelopment that we are seeing and hearing again and again, it's a visceral, ferocious bellow demanding that we not lose the very lifeblood of our physical survival, our cultural survival, and our economic survival. If you have to cut anything, cut the 8.2 million to corporations, but don't cut programs or people who day in and day out keep this county
Thank you.
alive. Thank you.
Sharon Rivers. Sharon here. Steve Murray. Steve Murray. Then we have Don Sauter, Tricia Cobb, Rob Smedley.
Good evening, Chairman, Council. Boy, what she just said kind of affected me. 8.2 million go on to large corporations. I'm Steve Murray. I own 4 properties in Volusia County. I was up here a lot during the short-term rental debate, and I think the same thing's going to happen, 5 to 2. And it's going to be ironic, because it's the same 5 to 2 that happened the last time. You know, there was a problem to be solved. We came up here and spoke endlessly on the tens of millions of dollars that the short-term renters and the businesses and everything that was going to help Volusia County, and there was only 2 people on the council that listened to us and voted in the benefit of Volusia County. Yet that $8.2 million, they're talking about the big corporations, those guys are getting the big tax breaks, and the rest of us are bearing the burden of the taxes now. But those big corporations are filling campaign coffers, right? So lots of stuff going in pockets of politicians. Probably it's not going to help when it comes next year to the ballot box. It's not going to help y'all. So I'm here to say no more taxes. We're going to remember. We the people will remember when we're stepping in the ballot box next time. Thank you.
Don Sauter.
Mr. Chair, Sharon Rivers.
Oh, okay. Welcome, Sharon. They had you downstairs?
Yes, I've been spending time down there. It's good to be here. My name is Sharon Rivers, and I live in Orange City. And I moved to Orange City, bought this property in 2015 because I wanted to retire in Volusia County. I love it up here. One of the things that I came up here for, and I came from Orlando, and I still work in Orlando. And I've got a couple more years. I'm 63, a couple more years. I'm going to retire, and I'm going to enjoy living a mile and a half from Blue Springs State Park. It's gorgeous. It's natural. I have wildlife that comes through my yard. It's great. But I have a little issue here, which is my tax bill, and it's $640.75 increase from last year, if it goes through. And I do everything on a budget. I'm single. I commute. My car broke down last year. I ended up having to buy a new one. Now I'm having to make car payments. Everything's on a budget. Everything gets taken from my check, and I put it in specific accounts. I've got a great boss. My Orange County money gets spent in Volusia County. You ought to be happy about that. I just want you to see if you can do things for the folks around here that weren't looking to take this big bite out of this big apple all in one fell swoop. We need your help. We're your constituents. We need your help because we've had a tough year. All of us, everybody's had to go through tough times. It's been a year none of us ever thought we'd live through. I would just like you to think about all us little guys out here that don't make big bucks. We need your help. Keep this from being something that puts me, I don't know, I'm going to have to rob Peter to pay Paul. I don't know how. I love to make improvements on the property, but this is going to stop it for a while. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Don Sauter. Followed by Tricia Cobb.
Hi, I'm Dawn Sauter from Ormond by the Sea. The constituents really need to be heard, and they're financially stretched. All of us are. It's been tough. Politicians don't want to listen, and a full rollback vote would be wonderful. Thank you.
Tricia Cobb?
Good evening, Council. It's good to see you again. My name is Tricia Cobb from New Smyrna Beach. I am here on behalf of the almost 5,000 Volusia taxpayers who have signed the petition for full rollback and not raising our taxes. Also, I am here tonight because of you, the Council. As I have contacted you often, you have asked me for my help. You responded with, "What do you think?" Or, "What would you do to reduce spending?" Or, "What are your ideas?" And Council Lady Wheeler, you said in your written reply to me, if you have suggestions of services you are willing to reduce, please let me know. We are looking under every rock. Well, many of us have taken your suggestions, spent many hours looking at the numbers in the budget book, and looked under the rocks. I know we can get to full rollback of 5.2 mils. General George Patton said, never tell people how to do things. Tell them what to do, and they will surprise you with their ingenuity. Well, we have shown ingenuity. Just a few ways we are exploring our ingenuity. At our hospital district meetings, and you're not the only ones that we've talked about with our proposed taxes, we have had former board members speak with experience. Our former chair has weighed in regarding this hearing tonight, someone with experience. Many have attended other hearings which affect our finances. We are actively looking at your proposals with a ton of research. I am all in for water quality, public safety, public protection, and for sure baseball fields. But I want to bring to you information about the libraries. 180 employees are operating our libraries. That means we have 12 employees per library. Looking at the Fund 104, the Deltona Library has an amphitheater and a half-mile nature track. Do they need another $42,000 for an outdoor discovery center? Also, $30,000 for 3 food carts, and the ARPA funds of $480,000 for 2 social workers at the libraries. I hope you've read the detailed email I've sent you last week regarding this Fund 104. Your vote for the rollback to just 0.4928 is appropriate. General Patton, well, I won't quote General Patton again. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob Smedley?
Good evening, and thank you for getting my name right. Appreciate that.
Every now and then.
Yeah, so just a couple things. A, I take no pleasure in being here tonight. I probably represent the whole county in saying they'd rather be doing something else. It's the first time I've taken the initiative to come down and talk to a body like yourselves. I was inspired because I'm concerned. My wife and I, we do really well. But I can tell you that even at our income level, we're feeling this. And then that impacts our ability to be more charitable. That's an important part of our giving. So we've all heard about death and taxes, and I don't know anybody who's looking forward to either one of them. They're inevitable. We get that. But there's a time and place. This may not be the right time to do this. I just ask that you think about that. Lord willing, we'll all be here next year. We can relook at it. But just think carefully about the timing and what you're putting on all of us, including yourselves. Somebody read a poem. I don't have a poem. I've got lyrics, and I'm not going to sing them. So many of you probably recognize these, and I'm not going to do all of them, just kind of the end. Don't ask me what I want it for if you don't want to pay some more, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. Now my advice for those who die, declare the pennies on your eyes, because I'm the tax man. Yeah, I'm the tax man. And you're working for no one but me. I don't think everybody in Volusia County is necessarily working for you. I mean, we're all working hard. We all want to be part of a community. We all want to enjoy so many things. But in my household, we've made really tough decisions. In my company, I've seen our leadership make really tough decisions. It's not enough to ask us for ideas. We entrusted you, we voted you to come up with the ideas and to work together to make the best decision for us. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Kevin, 5 more. Veronica Miller, Josh Allred, Christopher Benetti, Beth Zimmerman, I think that's Beth, and Cheryl Van Dusen. Rob Smedley.
Josh Allred would be next.
Hello. My name is Josh, and I'm a resident of Holly Hill. And like the gentleman just spoke, this is the first time I've ever come out to speak or be a part of a county council meeting. I have 3 little ones at home, 5 and under. And I guess what I want to say, I had a lot of things I thought about saying, but just in listening to all the people that are speaking, I'm just really moved to just point out, we always just want, the good times to keep coming. And we want, the spending and the money to the programs to just keep flowing because people enjoy that, people like that, people want that. As we've heard, many people, are scared of anything getting, any spending increases getting cut. But sometimes the good times can't keep going, and sometimes all you can do is just try to survive. And there are people in this county, and there are people who come to speak tonight, they're just trying to survive. And on their backs and out of their pockets, you are going to push spending further, push the increases further. I mean, if I do not have the pressures that you have on you. I know that. And I don't have the information that you have. And maybe I'm not as smart as you are. But when I hear someone say their taxes are going up $10,000, when I hear somebody say that their taxes are going up $600, all I can think is, what are we doing? What are we doing? How is this still a question? That this year we need to raise property taxes. Okay, and some people, maybe it's $5 for them. But even if it's $5 for someone, the inflation is going up. Gas is going up. Mortgages are going up. It's the death by 1,000 cuts. Will you help? Will you please help? Will you please consider not allegiances and alliances and not who you're allying with, but just think about for yourself, for the people out here who have come and who have spoken, who are pleading with you, because that's all we can do, right? Or vote, which we will do, but we are pleading for you to please consider not putting the burden deeper and harder on these people, your constituents, Everyone who has voted for you will feel this. It's not just one side or the other. Everyone who has voted for you will feel this. Thank you for your time.
Christopher Kennedy. Oh, what is your name? Veronica. Yep. Come on up. Come on down.
Come on down. My name is Veronica Miller. I'm in Volusia County. I've had a business for 40 years in Volusia County. I'm here to represent the riding clubs, the horse community. We use your parks, and we thank you for that. You keep us off the roads. You keep us in a park, and it's safe. And we just want to say thank you, and we hope we don't get cut because we love it. And like I said, I belong to a riding club, and we go all over this Volusia County to ride the trails, and we do appreciate it very much. And that's basically what I'm saying. It's just we thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you. And Kevin, I'm going to call out the last three names again because I obviously got them out of sync of how I called them the first time. Beth Zimmerman next, Cheryl Van Dusen, and then Christopher Kennedy. Is Beth here? Cheryl Van Dusen.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. These are not good times, and there aren't easy answers. I came here tonight because I moved to Volusia County in 1995. I actually work at the University of North Florida, which means I have a long commute when there's not COVID, so I've been quite fortunate to keep my job. I work for the state of Florida. I haven't had a raise, but I've had a regular income. My father lives here also. He's in Port Orange, I'm out in Samsula, the unincorporated New Smyrna Beach area. And all the development that's going on has made our parks and recreation. I'm an equestrian, I'm a jogger, dog walker, so all of those things are good. But as I've sat here and I've listened tonight, it is a bad time for average individuals. When I look at my insurance cost at my place in my dad's house, how much they have jumped this year. When I look at gasoline being $1 a gallon more than it was this time last year, there aren't good answers. And some of the things that you're planning for the future so that we can look and contribute more and find ways to reduce some of these expenditures, hiring freezes, whatever it happens to be. There are lots of good ideas that people are willing to share. But I came to say that to have the services that we want, we can't have the full rollback. But again, my position has changed tonight by listening because there are a lot of individuals that are hurting. They didn't keep their jobs. They were furloughed for a while. All of their expenses have gone up. And it's the people that make this county worth living in. And we're already one of the highest tax places. So please, maybe timing's everything and we can wait a year on some of this. Thank you.
Christopher Kennedy, followed by Dr. John Zimmerman.
Good evening. Thank you guys for hearing me out. My name's Christopher Kennedy. I own property in Daytona Beach. I work in Ormond Beach. I recreate across a lot of Volusia County. I run a bicycle shop in Ormond Beach, so I'm heavily involved in the cycling communities in the area who take great advantage of the excellent parks and recreation departments that we have. But I also get to see the other side of those departments. I get to see the people that have come from Europe, that have come from states all the way as far as like Michigan to come play where we live. And those people bring a considerable amount of money into our area. So if we end up cutting our Parks and Rec budget and we lose these trails, these parks, we lose a large part of what helps bring commerce into our area outside of theme parks and resorts on the beach, the things that make Florida special, the natural perks that we have here. I chose to come to Florida from the state of New York, where we don't really have a lot of that stuff, man. If you get on public land, there's nothing you can do. So I love the fact that Florida has this infrastructure, has this ability to use this natural land instead of just letting it sit. And I think it would be a huge disservice to your constituents to lose that stuff, man, to cut that Parks and Rec budget. So that was all I really came to say tonight, and I appreciate your time, and I hope you guys can come up with some good solutions, and we can try to help as many people as we can. Thank you.
Dr. John Zimmerman, followed by Kenneth Hines, followed by Missy Heron.
Good evening, Chairman and council members. My name is Dr. John Zimmerman. I need some assistance from the audience because my cell phone battery's died, so I need somebody to help me by looking something up on Google. Open up the Google browser, please. Type in Volusia County, Florida. And then type in 4 letters after that. CAFR. CAFR. Choose the very first entry. Scroll down till you get to the year 2020, last year. Scroll down to page 31. Look at the amount set aside for property taxes. And somebody help me out here. I've memorized a lot, but I don't remember the total figure. This is 200 billion what? Could somebody please yell out loud what that figure is if you looked it up? Okay. A very brief explanation. There are 2 ways of presenting financial information to the public, partial and total. The partial one is the budget. The total one is the comprehensive financial report, comprehensive annual financial report. Every government agency, from the dog catcher in the city of Deltona to the federal government, each branch of the military, all departments have their own comprehensive annual financial report. The word L is important. These council members are elected. They have become elevated to a higher position than normal. They are now among the elite. And they all know about the comprehensive annual financial report. Please, people, do your own research. I'm a retired doctor. I used to have to do what is called continuing medical education. Now I've just mostly dropped the word medical, and I just do continuing education. I have educated myself about how the government works, and I would encourage you also to do a second Google search. Type in CAFR and type in the word Jerry Day and listen to his 15-minute video. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Kenneth Hines. No, I called Missy, didn't I? A minute ago. Is Missy here? Kenneth Hines, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I'm a physician, and I've lived in Volusia County since 1993. Bought a land on Lake Winnimisset, or bought a house there, did remodeling and whatnot, and seen my taxes go up. I'm looking at this as a slightly different perspective. I mean, I've been to school board meetings, I've been to the West Volusia Hospital Authority meetings, and now this meeting. I look back at what goes on in some of these meetings. Adventist Health, when it first came into the area, was a partner with the West Volusia Hospital Authority and Fish Hospital, and then they eventually got hold of Advent Health in DeLand. And part of their agreement after they obtained that was to phase out their tax supplements from the West Volusia Hospital Authority. And that was over a period of 3 to 4 years. That disappeared, and I believe they now receive about $20 million a year from the West Volusia Hospital Authority. Now, I raise that question or raise that issue because they're a not-for-profit hospital organization, and I believe they have $1.5 billion in properties in Volusia County. So why are we supplementing them on one hand and supplementing them to allow them to basically get off without paying any taxes on the properties they own? I think that would be a great spot to go ahead and start, to go ahead and adjust any budget issues. And the other thing is, people, I've heard Parks and Recreation. I love Parks and Recreation. I like clean water. Part of the issues with regards to water runoff is out of control development. When you go ahead and you put 5 houses per acre with associated, fertilizer, et cetera, and you go ahead and you have developments of 500 houses, you put 1,000 cars in those developments, and you damage our roads. And unless you have proper impact fees for the large developments, this is going to be continuous. If you appropriately calculate the impact fees to meet the needs of that development, then you won't have to raise taxes. Property tax appreciation will account for any inflationary needs. This is, it's ridiculous. I would keep looking at this. Oh, well, we need to have an extra tax for this, extra sales tax for infrastructure. You shouldn't have to. I've watched traffic go insane from the time I've, first moved here in '93. I can't get out on Kepler Road and turn left without taking my life in my hands. I have to drive all the way around the lake in order to get out. And that's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Missy Heron.
Long night for you guys, huh? Hey, I'm Missy Herrera. I live in Ormond Beach. Thanks for everyone listening. Some really good comments tonight. I made a couple notes because I usually get up here and start rambling on other things. We've heard a lot about some good programs that benefit different populations in our community tonight and our environment. I'm not against raising our taxes if needed to support our police, fire, and paramedics to keep our community safe, to keep our parks and programs, and to pay for our essential workers to have a livable wage. I understand that a full rollback might not be achievable, but feel taxpayers deserve full transparency on how the money is spent. With my limited research of the available information, I too wonder about the $8.2 million in corporate infrastructure incentives. I understand this was discussed at the first meeting and the council couldn't agree on shaving $0.1 million off of that figure. We all see the increase in development of single-family homes and one apartment complex going up after another. Many of these developments are clear-cutting land, and we're left to handle the impact on our water supply and drainage. Taxpayers are left to pay for the increased demand on roads, our emergency services, schools, and healthcare, to name a few. Why are we not increasing impact fees for developers profiting in our community? Do we really need to incentivize them to profit millions of dollars on their projects? Economic growth is vital to smart growth, but I don't see the current incentives bringing corporations with higher paying jobs to Volusia County residents. In closing, we'd like more transparency on this matter. A report card showing benefits of the community receives from the 8.2 annual investment. Gosh, I have a minute left. I'm going to use my minute to say I drive all over this county working in hospitals. I work for a medical device company, and almost every week I pass a new swath of land that's just getting clear cut. And we're sitting in bumper to bumper traffic, and I just, I'm not anti-development, but it just seems that every project is looked at as an individual project, and that's it. And they say, oh, this is okay, this is just a certain amount of houses or a certain amount of acres. But it just seems that it's all touching each other now. So I hope that something with this budget can make an impact on that. So, thanks.
Thank you. And the final contestant of the night is James, pardon me? It says Lalick.
Like Mickey Lolich, but 1 L short.
Only different.
Only different. You don't need to set that clock. I won't be here very long. Good evening. I didn't expect to come up here. I would have dressed up. But all I wanted to say is if all of you council members have your personal finances in order, then I could support your budget. If not, I question the judgment on this tax increase. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not a public speaker.
Okay, that's the end that for me, Kevin, you don't. you're not
Sure,
holding-
that's
thank
all we
you.
have.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you all for speaking on whatever you're, for or against. You spoke eloquently. And it was actually a pleasure to hear from everybody. County Council discussions. It says next on the schedule. Nobody wants to start. Oh, go ahead, Billy.
I'll start just because you needed somebody to start. I think everybody's cautious as to what they're going to say. I too want to thank everybody for taking the time to come here tonight and stay during this long event and to write us emails and to call us and everything else. I appreciate it. And that's what we do. We do listen to the constituents. I can tell you, we've heard tonight many people say, you need to listen to us. Well, you have to understand that, yeah, that's wonderful. There were 4,000 people that signed a petition, but we are hearing from a lot of other people. We are really hearing from a lot of other people. So we are listening to everybody, and they may not be here in that room or holding a sign in this room or holding a sign. They may be on the other side. So we're hearing from both sides. I feel badly that this has gotten political because I think there's been a real division with that. When we're up here and we're elected as non-partisan officials. That means we represent everybody. I represent the west side and the east side and the north side and the south side. I represent all party affiliates. And this has become so political in that so many comments tonight have been, about the vote, next year's election and all that sort of thing. We've heard that a lot on one side. And I do want to clear up one thing. I had several people make a comment about my comment last time on saying, well, I'm not running again, so it doesn't make a difference. What we're doing does make a difference. That's not what I was talking about. What I meant was you can't threaten me with not voting for me because I'm not going to be up for election. So my decisions wouldn't be whether you would vote for me or not. My decisions aren't by someone or the 5 committees, people that people want to relate us to. There are people on the other side that have, on the opposing side, let's say, have also dealt some hefty checks also that are speaking up quite loudly. I haven't heard from anybody. I mean, as far as trying to coerce me, I've not done that at all. This is so blooming hard because we do understand everybody's concern, the pains of what's going on right now. I think everyone up here has probably lost a lot of sleep, like myself, on what the heck to do. I do have an accounting background. I've been in accounting for about 40-some years. But I can tell you, county budget is a whole heck of a lot different from anything else I've ever seen. The county has surrounded themselves with, I think, some of the best employees I've ever met, and I've been in the business world a long time. Between our manager and Aaron and Ryan, it's so hard to know what all needs to be done. I do think going forward and next year, we do need to make sure we have those workshops. That's vitally important. I would encourage that totally. But at this point, in really looking at this on all sides, even with the concerns what the people have, and some of the facts that are out there are so misleading, and some of them have been nothing but propaganda, but some of them are true. And I can assure you that each and every one of us up here are committed to looking at all of these situations, and especially in this next year, we will be doing that, taking the time. There are so many programs that rely on this, and everybody here, so many people use them. I've had absolute unending calls and emails from people saying, please don't cut our programs, please don't cut that, please. Well, anytime we make a hard decision, there's got to be an adverse side of it, At this point, I feel like we came back the last meeting, and I personally was, I came in possibly looking at flat rate. It was proposed for a 5% and then a 3%. And I felt like the fair thing for me to do was to really go back and look everything over again. And I felt like we made a compromise. We made a compromise halfway between both lines, the full rollback and this. I think that is a compromise. And, one of the things someone put on Facebook the other day, and I don't always believe, and nor do I, I'm finding myself not reading it as much, just because there is so many wrong things that are being said, and no matter how many times you give them the evidence, the real facts, written facts, and where they can find them, they continue to say the same message. But it said the idea behind unity isn't that we all agree. It's that we all agree to disagree and remain cordial about it. This has gotten, like I said, we get hit every day. Well, we're not going to vote for you, and we're not, I never make a decision. I've never made a decision with the fear of what somebody was going to threaten me with. I make my decisions by staying up at night, studying what I'm doing, and trying to look at the big picture. But my big picture is more than just 4,000 people. There's 550-some thousand people here. We have grown. The service and the needs have grown. Yes, there's inflation. I'm paying those same taxes. I had an increase of mine. It's minor for me. It's minor. It was, less than $30 on my general fund thing. So $30 a year won't make or break me. But I know to other people that's difficult. $30, another $30. I'm going to be on fixed income shortly, and I know those things matter. But I personally cannot justify going to a full rollback at this point and jeopardizing the future. All of our research we do on a 5 years out. So we're looking at 5 years. So our planning is 5 years. So anything that we cut back on this year, we got to face it next year. And trust me, next year is the election year. So I know y'all are going to be back in here and telling everybody. But we make a lot of good decisions in here. This council has made a lot of really, really good decisions. And I would just hope that people would understand how fiercely, we are trying to do the right thing. And it truly, truly is one of the hardest things that I've had to deal with. But I cannot support the full rollback, and at this point, I am supporting the manager's suggestion of the 5.3812. Again, hardest decision I've had, and I'm just trying to look for the well-being of the county, not just for this year, but next year and the year afterwards. You know, we, as good servants of the money, we can't do something now that's going to jeopardize our county in the future. And as passionate as I feel about serving each and every person in the county, I have to go with my gut instinct that for the long term, that is not a good decision to go to full rollback. So that's my comments at this time. I may make comments more later after I hear everybody else. But
Ben Johnson.
I'm like Billy. This is the toughest decision I've ever seen. Being sheriff was simple compared to this. It really was, but I saw some of the things as sheriff that also plays into this. Now we're looking, and I feel I'm a taxpayer too. And I've been accused of people pulling my strings, and that's the furthest thing from the truth. There's been more strings pulled by y'all than anybody else on me. I've not heard from these contributors out there. The big contributors, they're taxpayers too, and they're affected. But what I have to look at, and we're trying to do, we did go backwards on some of it, but we have to look at long-term stability of the county also. We suffer the same inflation as a county as you do. I've heard gas prices, I've heard food prices, I've heard all of this. The county has those same problems. The people voted in ECHO, they voted in Forever, they voted in Amendment 10. Amendment 10, $13 million this year, over $13 million. And we have to find that somewhere. The $15 wage an hour law that's hitting us. Sunrail that's hitting us. And they say, well, pull out of your reserves. I have been to places where hurricanes have actually devastated. Also, if y'all remember in 2004, the hurricanes that hit us. And because we had the reserves, we were able to handle it. But I've been out to Escambia County and to Mississippi, where the bridges were piled up on top of each other, houses on top of cars, cars on top of houses, gambling boats across the highway, and they didn't have the money in their reserves. Taking your reserves is just about like you're living on Social Security. You know next year you're going to get your Social Security plus that little bit of increase. You have $5,000 in the bank, so you put all of that down on a car, and next year, you don't have the $5,000 nor the way to pay for the future. And that's exactly what we will be at if we don't stay on top of this to make sure, because when you take out of those reserves next year, you have to find a way to fund that one-time money. You know, say use all of our coronavirus money. The same token, we've used a lot of that for one-time expenses, so we didn't have to buy things in general fund that we needed to buy in general fund, but it's things we could buy. But if you take one-time monies that you won't have next year, where does the money come from next year? Whether it's for people, that's when you have to start cutting full programs. I see people shaking their heads. Yes, you do have to cut full programs. You have to start laying off people. Public safety is the one thing is the most important, but we've heard how important it is to people to have their parks, to have their libraries, to have these other services, animal control stuff. This sort of stuff is where you have to start cutting right off the bat in order to make it. I don't like it any more than anybody else. I'm going to support most everything here. I would like to maybe ask about the possibility, and I understand the county has always tried to stay ahead of maintenance, and I do want the county manager to maybe enlighten us a little bit on that. Maybe if it's in good shape, maybe we could lay that off a little bit and come back a little bit in the library fund. But in the general fund, we have other counties around us that have gotten into their general fund, and they're having to borrow from other funds to pay for it. And you're setting yourself up for pure disaster when you do that. But, George, if you could maybe, help us there maybe a little bit, but we don't want to cut the bank too far there either, because that's going to come due.
Yes. I'd like to have Lucinda come up as well, but while we wait for her, let me just say that when you look at the library fund or any of these operations that operate large amounts of facilities, in our libraries we have a lot of facilities, they have a historic amount of capital improvements every year. And we have programs to keep those investments in good working condition. And when you look at the budget, you can't just look at any given 1 year. And when you look at the library, they have programs that go over many years. And instead of doing every floor and every library at one time, they've been upgrading them systematically over several years, just like they have other systems within their facilities. So I can have Lucinda explain a little bit more, but what they're doing, especially in this case, is investing in the floors that are there while immaculately kept, and that's a credit to Lucinda and her staff. They are past their life, and we have other products that we're putting in these high traffic areas. The one that's down is past its warranty, and the new flooring systems that we're putting in the library require far less maintenance, and that's an ongoing cost. Some of our floors in these places need to still be waxed, something that really can cost a lot of money if you got to do it time and time again. They require more frequent deep cleaning, and what they're attempting to do is put down a more maintenance-free, longer-lasting floor to reduce those costs. And when you look at the capital fund of the library, you'll notice next year it was going to be down substantially because this was the year she was doing the floor. So you would more than likely just be kicking the issue down a year, another year. And I do have to point out that probably the year that everybody needs to circle on their budget calendar will be 2024, when we do bring on Sunrail, which right now would be in the $9 to $10 million a year range in cost. So again, I think everybody's preparing to try and get things as good a shape as they can, because when that year hits, we're going to have to be really, I'll be turning people upside down and shaking the change out of their pockets wherever we can, because we just do not have right now a sustainable source for that kind of money. So I just want to point that out. I don't get the luxury of looking at year to year to year. We look at 5-6 year increments, and we try to plan for that. And then on top of that, of course, what you mentioned, having some money for disasters and relief. Lucinda, do you want to, you have a very good explanation. And again, what a credit to the maintenance staff and the people that they keep it the way they do. And this has been a tough year in the library. The library's had things happen that they've also had to deal with operationally, that they've had to increase security and do other things that I think were not planned, and stuff that we've had to do. And she's done a great job of anticipating in that as well. Lucinda?
Linda Coley, Library Services Director. The Deltona Regional Library floor covering project is part of our capital improvement plan. The flooring is at 12 years at the carpeting, and we do have products throughout the library that does require waxing. And so what we've done in our libraries is we're using a product, it's called Flotex, and it's a fiber product, but there's no looping, and so there's no stain penetration. It's cleaned with just a hot water extract. And if we put in a 10-foot walk-off mat that's built in, it has a 30-year wear warranty. And so it's stain resistant, And when you have children in your story time room or in the auditorium crawling around for story time, that type of thing, you know, it's easy for us to clean and keep clean. And we've systematically, as the projects have come up in our capital improvement plan, we've installed this product throughout the county. Deltona is our last large regional library. Of course, that project also includes part of the Leone Environmental Center as well as the library proper. And it's a very large building, 50,000 square feet. And so it is in our plan for this year. You know, could it be put off? Yes, but eventually it will need to be done.
How much is the actual carpet cost to put the carpet in? Is that may be something we may be missing? We heard, what did we hear, $500,000 or something?
We have budgeted $400,000. That's for the carpeting, the installation, moving, you know, you have to move all the library stacks, all of that. So for that project, we've budgeted $400,000. And we budgeted high, I will tell you, because all of our projects have been coming in higher in the last year. And so we did try to account for that increase in the price of installing and so forth.
And one thing I got to say too, when you look at the library budget, there are other projects. There's a roof repair project. There's an HVAC repair. And when we do these, again, they work with facilities and engineering to decide the order. And if we get a high roof price, well, that would be one thing that we would say, well, maybe we can't do the carpet. We would have to make those decisions. So that's why it's difficult to pick on any one given project when we are running many projects. I know we do the quarterly update of all of our projects, all of our capital projects, and those are the larger ones and more high profile. On top of that, there are many smaller ones that are also being done at any given time. I mean, we have literally hundreds of millions of dollars worth of facilities and assets that we have to keep up. And in fact, there's been criticism about maybe not keeping some up through the years. So this budget is based on really taking care of what we have. And other projects that are in there, like you say, the corrections security systems, the 800 megahertz radio system, which did require COVID money to actually help do the final amount of funding that we've been saving, and then we're short a little bit. That money went into that. So medical examiner building, we've dedicated some of the money for that too. So these are, as you indicated, they'll be saving money really from the general fund by doing those things. There's a fire alarming system that's out there that has to get done as well. So these are, again, taking care of what we have. We don't have new buildings per se, other than the medical examiner, which is really a replacement of an older building that, as we all know, ran out of refrigeration room or is tight with that. And of course, unfortunately, this year, refrigerated space for the medical examiners and morgues has been at a super premium. So again, that's what this budget is made of.
I would recommend we take out the carpet this year. You don't do anything on roofing, but you've done a really great job. I realize that, keeping that up. But we could put those interior projects aside for a year or two. Nothing on, you know, not roofing, not that sort of thing. But I think maybe we should put that aside and pull that out. And that's out of the library fund, not the general fund.
Keep in mind also, we've committed over the entire general fund. We've actually put in the budget $5 million in savings that will go out and get in various projects like that. So again, knowing that we have to be extra frugal, we did that. That's the first time we've ever done anything like that, where otherwise the budget would be $5 million higher than it is today, than what we're proposing.
Ben, I'm going to pick up a little bit on that. Yeah, it's $500,000. This is actually an interesting example. I'm thinking about 7 fat years and 7 lean years, Joseph and Genesis. And George, you have done a good job in our fat years of putting money aside. And now we're facing, although we always face unknown futures, we kind of know what we're facing. When we look at your page here with the cost increases for Volusia County, every person that sits in this room is also facing those exact same cost increases. Some of them are hoping they get to go to $15 an hour. All of their insurance have gone up. The car's gone up. Car payments have gone up. Child care has gone up. Inflation has gone up. And then we heard a lady here with a scary, long report on how many taxes we pay. What I'm asking you to do is walk that fine line, that tightrope of, yes, the county has all this to face, but the people that are putting in the money also have to face it the same way. And this library fund of $500,000 or $400,000, I'm not against libraries, but I think there's times when you have to look and say, is this the best year to do that? When we keep talking about these, I'm sorry, but ridiculous numbers that it's only going to be $10 increase for somebody. For somebody it will be. For a lot of people, it's going to be a whole lot more than $10 a year increase. For a lot of people, we heard 600, thousands of dollars today. There's huge increases, and maybe we can look at those people that are facing thousands of dollars of increase and say, well, you're wealthy, you can deserve it, so I don't feel bad for you. I don't think that's the way we can approach it. I don't think we need to make that class warfare. I think we need to look at everybody that's in Volusia County, that the person with that $6,000 or $3,000 a month increase are also employing people. They're contributing to, so we have to look at everybody. We have to walk a fine line. We're not talking, I'm not talking, and I've never talked about cuts in the budget. I'm talking about reduction in the rates of increase of spending, that we can tone it down. Can we do it? Somebody must have sent out an email today about we're going to cut parks and recreations, because today I got 10 emails about cutting parks and recreation. Well, that's just simply fear. Nobody has suggested that. I haven't suggested that, and I can hear the wheels turning. Well, then, what are you suggesting? And I'm gonna tell you in a minute and offer a solution. But one thing that we need to do that I think we've all agreed for is that next year we need to go through the budget line by line, because here's our constituents finding things like this, and a lot of other things, and they've all been talked down and say, well, that's not going to help. That doesn't matter. We can't use one-time money. This floor is a one-time expense until another 10 years. How are we going to make it up? Are we not collecting taxes anymore after this year? Are we not having any more budget meetings this year? Are we not going to go through this process every single year where we can make adjustments and have to make adjustments? Yes, we are. Aaron and Ryan, is Aaron still in here? I want to go over some numbers and clarify it. And you will let me know, I'm sure, if I'm wrong, but I believe in our meetings and with communications that you've had with constituents, and you've been extremely open and helpful. to constituents. They have told me that, and you've gained some friends and respect, even from people who really want you to find a way to cut the budget. You have said that there's $72.3 million being carried over from previous years, unspent money. Is that correct? Out of that $72.3 million, do you want to clarify that or explain it further?
No, I just want to clarify, not clarify, but confirm for the
Sure.
for the people watching online that I just nodded. 72 million is the fund balance being carried forward in the general fund.
Okay, thank you. And then you've said that you're carrying over, you're taking $11.2 million of that as one-time money being used to help fund the general fund.
There is appropriated $11 million of that fund balance to balance the budget, yes.
Okay. That leaves $61.1 million left in reserves. You've also shared with me and with constituents that it would take $7.3 million to bring the general fund budget to full rollback.
Yes, that is what you see on this slide here.
Yes.
The exact number is the second row, 7,342,784 is the additional property tax revenue generated by the partial rollback.
Thank you. That leaves $53.8 million, the amount still left to build reserves. I don't want to tear down our reserves. I've never suggested we tear down reserves. I don't want to have $5 million in reserves because we do live in Florida, and we've been very fortunate this year with the things that I will not name today that can really increase our cost in weather-related events. But you've been, and George has been very judicious in making sure that our reserves go up. But that brings a question to me. If we're going to have $61.1 million left in reserves, or if we take $7.3 million out to balance or to get the full rollback, leaving $53.8 million, what's the magic between those two numbers of 61.1 and 53.8 that makes it impossible to do if we take that $7.3 million out to go to full reserves? We don't cut any parks. We don't cut all the things that have been talked about tonight.
You said it earlier, we're carrying forward $72 million of fund balance. What you would be proposing, I believe, would be to use, instead of $11 million, $18 million in one-time money to balance the budget. The $11 million is being brought forward and was used to balance the budget to fund one-time capital projects, the capital projects transfers for major capital projects, as well as capital project carry forward. You would now be using the addition, instead of the $11 million being carried for those purposes, you'd be using an additional $7 million on not major capital projects, not carry forward projects, but recurring expenses.
Okay. Are we collecting taxes next year?
There is a property tax levy every year, yes.
So there's a good probability that we'll receive more tax money next year, and it'll probably be more than this year, but you don't know that and I don't know that. We don't know what next year holds. But the people that have talked about overdevelopment here tonight they're seeing properties go up all over the place. We're also going to receive more money in Volusia County from the people that are moving here and spending money. Every indication, well, according to Larry Bartlett, the tax appraiser, says that he doesn't see it slowing down for the next 5 years. I don't know that. I'm cautious with how I started this off with the Joseph analogy that we've had some fat years, not 7. We've had a few, and now that we better plan for some lean years. So no, let's not spend down all of the reserves, but let's handle this budget. with some respect for the people that are paying the bills, that are facing the same increases that we've had. We've just heard in the last few meetings that the rate of drug abuse has skyrocketed. The rate of people taking their own lives has skyrocketed. It's a result of what we've been through. People have lost not just jobs, people have lost their businesses. Families have split up. People are hurting. We might not feel it. I might not feel it in this room, but I think all of us feel it to some degree. But we have to have some empathy and meet them halfway and reduce their tax burden, and I think at the same time increase the desirability for the businesses that we want to move to Volusia County to provide higher paying jobs to come. Do we want to be known as a high tax county or a county that really works hard to reduce taxes? And next year, we have to go line by line through the budget in public as a council, and not because I don't trust George, certainly not because I don't trust you, not because I don't trust all the directors, but the public needs to see us getting in the weeds and diving into the budget and finding other examples of this $500,000 that we could postpone for 5 years to give people a break after the most miserable year of their lives. And now you're going to tell me why we can't do that.
I just want to clarify one thing. The construction, you asked if we levy taxes each year. Yes, we levy taxes each year. So, setting the budget is one of the duties we have to do each year. The $7.3 million, if it were funded from reserves and you counted on it next year, what you'd essentially be doing is saying, I hope the first line on this slide next year is $7.3 million, and that would be the start. No, wait, let me finish.
I'm not saying that though, but go ahead, finish.
That would be the starting point, because we have to recover from the fact that we funded those one-time expenses with $7.3 million. So you wouldn't, if the property taxes on new construction were 7.3, that would fill the hole this year from this year's proposed one-time spending, and then if there are any taxes left on new construction, that would address next year's expense increases. So if you're asking if we have taxes next year and are we going to have good growth next year's growth, just like this year, the growth is funding this year's budget increases.
How in the world can we transfer $72.3 million of unspent money if we're not spending $72.3 million? I'm having a hard time seeing where the problem is.
The $72 million is the fund balance carry forward. There's a fund balance carry forward every year because every year we appropriate reserves.
And we sweep it in.
Every year there's a reserve for emergencies. There's other reserves. And those reserves are, in a good year, with no hurricanes, they're not spent. So they become part of the fund balance you're carrying forward. The $72 million is anticipating we won't use 21's reserves. That's what those are. They're one-time money being carried forward, filling the one-time pot, and then being carried forward again to next year's one-time pot.
And if you have $72.3 million that we haven't spent, and you just leave it in that fund so that we don't have to fill it, or leave some part of it, like I'm suggesting, a tiny part of it, 7.3.
Mr. Brower, one hurricane could take that up.
We're not using the word hurricane today, because I don't want to bring bad juju on us.
Don't matter, but one could take that.
It could, and
that chance.
We're not taking a chance by reducing the rate of increase by $7.3 million, and in January we can start going line by line through the budget and find that $7.3 million. We've got a $1.1 billion total budget. We can't find anything in there without shutting down parks and shutting down lifeguards, and I'm sorry, I don't believe that. I have a business. We have to cut spending sometimes. Everybody out here has to cut spending in their household, whether it's the wealthiest man in the room or the poorest person in the room. We all have to deal with budget. Heather Post.
I'll start with I agree with most of what you just said. We went to zero debt. Ryan, when was the last? Where are you, Ryan? When was the last time we used all of our reserves as a county?
In my tenure here, we've always carried forward fund balance. You heard the former CFO actually speak as a public comment, and she said there was a year where we went to zero reserves, and I'm going to guess it was around the year we had 3 hurricanes.
Charlie, yeah. So we have gone to zero debt. We went back and said we're going to completely clear our debt balance. We did that, but still knowing that various things needed to get taken care of. We're still in the same boat at zero debt, still needing to take care of a lot of things. When we I'm going to hit this from 2 angles. So I'm just going to talk about the tax increase in of itself for a minute. And it's 8:49, so I'll watch my time there, Ben.
Good.
All right. We keep talking about every year costs go up, and as a county, we have to increase everything that we do and increase our spending and increase all of the stuff that we do in order to operate. Well, so again, I would ask, I've asked this question before, so why do we even ever have these discussions? Why isn't it an automatic increase every year then on the citizens? And I'm not suggesting that in any way, but with that mindset, that would be the case, right? Like what's the point of even having these discussions? If we go by that stance, then it just needs to be done. There's absolutely no other way around it. Well, I find it hard to believe that there's no other way around it. I know I've caught slack from talking to other city managers within my own district, but I'll have to bring up one of the city managers. You've got Derek Fietcher, the new city manager of Daytona Beach, who has come in, and when he came in, he has gone through and he's really asked for everyone to go through and figure out, there's got to be some out of the box thinking. He's asked everyone to step out of the status quo and to really start looking at things with different perspectives. And we have done things, Cyrus, you're new. And you're doing that in economic development, as a matter of fact, right? So why can't we be doing that across the board instead of saying, okay, nope, this is the way we've operated for forever. We're going to do this to infinity, and but good, now we're at zero debt, except for that little section of Sunrail, and we're just going to keep taxing the citizens. We heard from so many people tonight, throughout the last year and a half, how badly they are hurting from COVID. We have passed out money from the federal government, $250 million in totality that the county has received from the federal government in the last year and a half. And I find it very hard to believe that it's Armageddon in the county, that if we don't raise taxes, that we're just not going to be able to sustain after all of that. And then I would also say, my biggest point in the 5 years that I've been on council has been priorities of council. And I've worked really hard to work to change some of the priorities, and how what we spend the money on, how we look at various things to try and get, talking to directors, talking to George, talking to staff, really discussing thinking outside the box and looking for new ways of doing things. Certainly in community information, right? Getting us into 2021. That's a no-brainer to me. And that's an area that we should be going to. When we ask for staff to come back with information on how to save money on the funds, it should not be an Armageddon message of we have to cancel parks, we have to lay people off, we have to cut public safety, we have to do all of these things, we have to cut water quality. It doesn't have to be any of those things. And when I have someone from the public come in and they do their due diligence on one item, and they go and they look at one of the expenses that we had, just one of the expenses, and then we talk about it, and we hear that, well, no, it's actually not needed. Almost $500,000, not really need. I'm quoting, not really needed right now, but we're doing this to look forward, basically. When I hear that, and then in public safety, I'll give you 3 examples. We have an area of our jail that floods consistently, in the jail. We have one of our fire stations where the sewers backs up on a regular basis. We've got rats. We had the guy come in the other day to tell us there were rats in one of the stations for 8 years because of holes in the buildings. That's just 3 examples of maintenance in our public safety division. And to me, that tells me that public safety is not a priority and has not been a priority. When I see these things that we're not maintaining, and yet as part of our budget, we're expending, and I love the library system, Lucinda. I love it. You're amazing in what you do, and certainly the library system helps a lot of people, certainly in the lower economic, which is very needed. But when I see that, and I see that those areas are overlooked in public safety, I have a hard time with that, and I have a hard time taxing the citizens or asking the citizens for any more money when I see things being done that way. And I have said that over and over and over. And maybe council members don't want to listen to that, but I have said that over and over and over. And I think after tonight, I'm even more on the stance of that. Until I see some of those things being taken care of. When we're given one example, like that, that someone else has to bring to us and show us, and then I can give you examples of things not being taken care of, that's unacceptable. And the monies that we have are not being used in the ways that they should. So maybe that takes a Derek Feature from the city of Daytona to come in and work with us and say, hey, here's what we should be doing in terms of brainstorming, or maybe we should sit in on some of the things that they're looking at to move forward. I don't know what the answer is to that, But I can't ask the public, especially a public that is hurting through COVID. The federal government gave us $250 million. They gave money across the country to communities because the federal government is saying our communities are hurting. Everyone knows that our communities are hurting. And we're doing this this is certainly not the time, and certainly not the right SOP, I think. So I'm sure I'll have more later.
Danny Robbins is on my screen next. I want to remind Fred, since I can't see you, if there becomes a point you want to talk, wave something, and Billy's watching you. Danny,
Okay.
Danny Robbins.
I'm listening. I'm just listening right now. Thank you.
There's no question that we can definitely lock down some more workshops and look at things as we go forward here. But depending on the market, inflation, voter mandates, gotta ask you, is full rollback feasible or not always feasible? And I feel comfortable in saying that all of us, there isn't one person up here and staff, all of our workers down to the janitors that aren't looking to tighten this belt and keep more money in our pockets. The millage rate, the recommended budget was 5.45. We're reducing it to a 5.38. How do we continue to fund our law enforcement? No one expected this pandemic. No one knew any of this was going to happen. But we, the people, have made some commitments. All of us up here have made commitments. We voted for taxing ourselves prior to the pandemic. We made commitments to our first responders who protect and preserve our quality of life here prior to the pandemic. Just a few weeks ago, we've offered them wage increases to our deputies. We're trying to get deputies. We were down 40, 50, 60 deputies. We're down our guards out at the jail. We're down everywhere. We're down evac. We promised them $4,500 incentives. All these incentives, we made commitments. And this is a perfect example of why you need reserves. You need reserves because it's important for a rainy day, for these unpredictable moments like the pandemic. If we didn't have that, guess what? We have to tax the citizens. Now, is this going to be a buy here, pay later, like you see on TV, like you see some of these car lots? That debt doesn't go away. We can't print money in Volusia County like Washington, D.C. Last meeting, we weren't able to commit to an answer on which specific services to cut. And we're specifically talking about a general fund. We are voting on the general fund. We have the library. We were unable to commit at a current rate or increased rate to fund our law enforcement. We have to continue to do that to get people here. Incentives, better paying, better benefits. How can we do that with no reserves if we rob it, the reserves this year? Here we're already supplementing. We're funding the general fund this year from our reserves. How do we do it again next year? They keep decreasing. And it compounds over and over and over. We can't sit here and commit to our first responders, who are the sole protectors of how we do things every day. It would be a lie to sit here and tell them that, which we all have, and then use all of our reserves and not have the proper money to fund them. When we have zero balance in our reserves and we're at a $28.5 million deficit. We're not able to commit how we're going to continue to fund our affordable housing once again. We've committed to do this prior to the pandemic, currently up to this date, for our lower income citizens. Do we risk it all by putting ourselves at zero reserves and at a deficit for our lower class citizens? We're unable to commit how to continue to fund our beach, which we fund a lot out of our general fund. How about that for our tourism? How do we keep our tourism coming here? How do we keep those tax dollars here if we have no money to fund it? We're unable to commit how do we continue to fund adequately our VOTRAN to our vehicular challenged folks that don't have money for a vehicle, that depend on that, our working class, our workforce, everybody that we're supposed to be looking out for. How can we do that in debt with no money in our reserves in the event of a catastrophe? But the biggest thing here, to try to wrap my head around, is balancing this out and thinking long-term. Like everybody else said, it's one of the hardest decisions I've been involved in making. But the people of District 3 asked me to treat this and look out for the long-term success of that district and this community, and to operate as if it was my own checkbook and running my own business, which I do. I work 3 jobs. I know I can't run my household in debt. I know I can't run my life with no money for a rainy day in case my child gets hurt, in case there's unexpected bills, in case there's hurricanes, which literally cost millions a week just for cleanup. Millions, guys, millions. Not to mention the standard operating of the county. But I can't sit here, you know, you don't want to act like it's Armageddon, but we do have to think. We do have to think. And that's all I got. I just don't want to try to operate like Washington, D.C. in debt and have to put a debt tracker out in front of our courthouse over here and figure that into the budget, because we're going to see our debt roll up when it's compounded every year to follow. Thank you.
Mr. Robbins, that would be really scary if anybody has suggested that we go to 0 in our reserves. What I'm suggesting is leaving $53.8 million in reserves. Ryan's already said there's other reserves besides that, and total reserves are, what, 600 and how many million?
Excuse me, Chair, that's wrong. And at 5.20, and what you're not telling the public, okay, is that 5.20 rollback, it depletes our reserves. Not only is it under the 10% state recommended minimum, it drops down to 2.2% by year 2024. But what it also does is it depletes our reserves by full rollback. This is prepared by this smart gentleman right here, and puts us at a $28.5 million deficit. That's my hang up. Do we have, for the 10th time, $600 million in reserves? Yes or no? Because this could be a deciding factor.
We do not have $600 million in reserves. The amount of the reserves is listed on the slide here, and it's listed by its various purposes. Echo, forever, transportation, which is limited by statute on what it can be spent on. Capital that's been set aside by for future purposes. The enterprise funds that have to be spent on their purposes, and the various other reserves. The general fund reserves are budgeted at $61 million.
We're just speaking about the rollback rate, just for the general fund, correct? This isn't all the other taxing authorities on your tax bill. We're just speaking about the general fund reserves.
The general fund reserves are $61 million in the budget. The total reserves for all funds is listed on this slide.
And what is that number?
For all funds, $300,198,615.
And what do we have in the what the state calls the excess funds account?
There was a presentation we did back in April that explained the county's cash and investment balances. Cash and investments are on hand both for our reserves and to fund the ongoing cash flow needs of the county, as well as our liabilities, such as claims liabilities in our insurance funds, and the landfill liabilities that we're required to fund by state law. So the $600 million number is the amount of cash on hand. It is not the amount of reserves. The amount of reserves is listed here, $300,198,615. All of that is being funded by last year's appropriated fund balance being carried forward, which is the number in the pie chart, which is $354,895,302. Aaron listed the number. I don't have the number memorized off the top of my head, but it's 54 million and some change of appropriated fund balance, of one-time money that we're carrying forward across all the funds that we're using in this budget. Of that 54 million, 11 million of it is in the general fund, and that's the 11 million we've been talking about.
But here's my point. So don't call it reserves, call it cash on hand. Everybody in this room would like to be that cash flush and have that kind of, I can't call it a reserve, that kind of cash on hand. I understand that cash is money that comes in November, December to pay bills for the rest of the year. And you put it in an investment account wisely, and we get some interest on it, which we should talk about. There's also money in there for capital projects that we're saving for so that we don't have to borrow money for. But the fact is, we have over $600 million cash on hand. So to say that we're going to go to Armageddon if we spend $7.2 million is just false, because you're a smart man. You can find, it might not be ideal. We might not get to build the $250,000 new courthouse. Maybe we could build a $150,000 courthouse. There's money available. It's not Armageddon, and it's disingenuous to say that. I'm sorry.
You
don't think
can't
anybody's-
mix those
I don't-
funds.
I don't think anyone's saying it's Armageddon. We're talking about fiscal prudence. No one's made any statement about Armageddon.
Yes,
And as
yes,
far-
they have.
Well, not from here, and we've just talked about assumptions, which we have to do as part of the budgeting process. And again, you have known expenses out there, known issues, and you have unknowns. And again, well, we have to be there when there is a problem. We have to pay the bills on time. We have to take care of our employees. We have to take care of our citizens. And 2/3 of the budget is dedicated, 2/3 of the general fund is dedicated to public safety. So, and those are the areas that are going up. It's not about Armageddon, it's about being prudent. It's about having those priorities. So, but there were no Armageddon type items in there, and we went through the process a couple weeks ago where we even got down into the weeds of the things that are left over outside of public protection. So we are working within our priorities. And by the way, my first year, we did go to full rollback in the general fund. So, and then last year, we went to rollback in every other fund but the general fund, and the general fund went to partial rollback. So
Yes.
we have been doing that type of work all along. That's where we're at.
And you know what? The public didn't scream that about all the cuts and all the changes that were made. We
That's
were
right.
fiscally responsible, and we went. But if there is talk about Armageddon, if it's not true, then we need to stop telling the public that Heather and I are leading 550,000 people to the slaughter, that there's not going to be any parks anymore, that the beaches are going to close, and that the world's going to come to an end. If we take this $7.2 million, the day after, people will wake up and they won't notice any difference. We've already committed. We've made commitments to all of our public safety. We're not taking money from them. We're not even talking about that. We're talking about the rest of the general fund budget. We've held them harmless.
I'd like to make a motion.
Ben Johnson.
I'm gonna make a motion that we accept the county manager's budget request as published.
I second.
Second.
We have a motion on the table by Ben Johnson to accept the budget as requested by the county manager, seconded by Billy Wheeler. George, do you need these by funds or all together?
There's a process we have to follow.
You're going to guide us through that, Aaron.
So the first step,
I'd like to give everybody the opportunity to have a discussion before we go into this. Are the rest of the people good with not having?
There was no names on it. If you want to speak, go ahead.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
I did want to just say too that Derek Feature has a 2.70 tax increase for Daytona.
I would also like to say that they are doing better than, their mayor told me that they are doing better than they have ever done in that city because of the overdevelopment. So perhaps it's...
They're still at an increase. Thanks.
Barb, I'm going to call on you, and I'm going to walk to the back, and I'm going to listen to every word you say. I don't want you to think I'm leaving because I gave you the mic.
Not a problem. I think what has been discussed, this is really a difficult discussion. It's a difficult time, and there's always two sides to any vote. So there's those that will agree and those that will disagree. And we talked about, I heard the chair say about meeting halfway. And I remember I asked for staff to look at a 3% cut. He asked for a 5% cut, and we came to a 3.8% and 3.812 or 5.3812. And that was meeting halfway. We asked the staff where they could make cuts, and that's what was presented. Again, my greatest concern is I'd rather have a small impact now than a larger impact next year and the following years. This year has been hard, but it's also been a year where there were some supplemental help throughout the year, and I don't see that coming next year. I'm a realtor, I see the market slowing down. I see a likely stabilization. Hopefully we'll get back to a standard 3% increase. So we're not going to see those large numbers that we've seen. Now, this is just Barb Gertman's perspective. I know the property appraiser may have a different discussion about it, but I'm dealing with it every day, and I'm seeing the market. So I just have a different perspective, and I still say I really appreciate everybody's voice, and I want you to know that I have heard you. And I want you to know that my mom, who's on a fixed income, she's going to have the same impact. I have the same impact, but I'm much rather have that smaller impact now than next year have it be larger and then not have had any of the support that we've had from this year, even though it's been a hard year. I also have to say, because it always comes down to when we disagree, that there's a puppeteer, right? Or that I'm not fully representing the people of my district, that I'm not being all I can be for you. And I hope that's not how you feel, because I hope people recognize that I work to be fair, thoughtful, and considerate of what I believe to be the best way forward. And I'm open to hear anybody, whether I agree with you or not, because I want to hear your perspective and how you came to your understanding of it, and I'm letting you know how and why I came to mine. So I just always want you to know that's where I'm coming from, and it's never about anyone contributing to me, because that certainly, I know the people put me here. I asked for the seat, and the people voted to have me here as a representative. So I hope that happens again. However, if that is not the direction, I respect that too. So understand, that's not why I'm here, and that's not how my vote gets decided, because I came here to serve you, not to be anybody's puppet, and you can believe that. So it sometimes gets insulting to say that that's how and why we're here, when this is a hard job, and it's hard looking out at the public when we're not agreeing on what that vote will be. And know that I don't take it for granted, I don't take it easily, and I do look forward to working with the chair and Councilwoman Post and whomever else for next year's budget, because I do think that it's important that we get in front of it early and make a difference, make the biggest difference we can. And that's what I would commit to. So I thank you, and again, I'm glad we got to 5.382, the partial rollback. To me, that was our compromise and our meeting halfway.
Heather Post?
I just, you know, we're talking about doing this next year and having the workshops and going over the budget, but I'm just curious as to when it became the standard for county council to not do that. Like how did, I don't understand how, as a county council governing body, it got to the point where it's a normality for council to not go over and the budget and really dive in and look at it and have workshops. So maybe this is a good lesson for the future. How and why it ever got to this point, I'm not sure, but so hopefully next year we will be doing that, and then hopefully that will become the standard for future councils well beyond us, as it has been in the past, I think.
Danny Robbins?
Ms. Post, it has been normal that we've had a pandemic. It has been normal that we had 3 voter mandates. It hasn't been normal that we've answered your requests on getting our law enforcement, our fire, our evac, these increases. None of this is normal. We're trying, and we have, in my opinion, prioritized it and listened to our citizens. There wasn't one citizen in this audience that hasn't called for those increases. Not a one. Okay, so you're not going to pit this council and pit these people against this council and trying to make it seem like we're not doing our job. Now there's all these increases that's going on. We asked for it. Now we got to pay for it. We can't do that in debt. I believe there's a motion or a vote on the floor. Thanks.
Heather Post?
So since you specifically referred to me, would love to comment. I'm not sure where this whole, I think you've referred to me before as an organizational terrorist for bringing up things within the county that really I feel are my duty to the citizens to do or to look into or to even ask a question about. That is something that should not be not be standard. Asking those questions should not be inflammatory or unusual, and I would hope that someday that would be a normal standard for council.
Sure.
Excuse you. I'm still speaking. Yeah. And it certainly hasn't been 10 minutes, so. And I'm actually responding to your comment as well, so maybe you shouldn't say Miss Post so often, and then I wouldn't be able to respond so much. It's not a matter of being against the council, it's that it's literally our role. Saying that I would hope that it would be standard every year, because it was not standard this year. And I can tell you I've been here for 5 years and it hasn't been standard for 5 years either. And I'm hearing a over here, by the way. That's not, I find it so interesting that people on this council would take offense to that. That's all I have to say. I'm just amazed.
Ben Johnson.
My turn?
Oh, Fred Lowry.
Yeah, but can I go now?
Yes, you may. Can you turn your
Yeah.
volume? You don't have to speak so loud.
Okay, so I'm too
Thank you.
loud. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that a little better?
Thank you. That's perfect.
Yeah, I think this idea of going through the budget item by item is a misunderstanding of what we do as a council, misunderstanding of what our job is. Our job is not to micromanage the budget. Our job is not to go line by line. Our job is to give the county manager direction, the staff direction. For instance, we may say, well, we want a 5% reduction this year, so find it, do it. That's their job. When we start trying to go in and go item by item and line by line, we are now becoming staff and we are micromanaging, and that's not our job. That's not our responsibility. Our job is to give direction, and it seems like we keep getting off the rails of giving direction into getting into actually becoming like the staff. If we don't trust the staff, then we need to deal with that. I think we have a great staff. I was there with Deltona before I came on with the county. I'm just been amazed at the scope of work that the county people do and what they do from time to time. And I think we sometimes forget that our job, main job, is to give direction. It's not to get into the weeds and to find $5 here and you could have saved $10 if you got it at Ace or something of that nature. That's what the staff does. And I think sometimes we get away from that. Our basic job as a council is to give direction. And when we start getting into the details of a budget, we start getting into the details of everything. Now we have left what our primary responsibility is, and we've become, in a sense, we've become the manager and the staff. And that's not what we're supposed to do. If we want a certain amount, just this budget is a perfect example. We came to an agreement of what we wanted them to do, what percentage we wanted to come back with, and they crunched the numbers and they did the job. That's the way I've always understood that the county council was supposed to work. So anyway, and then my last comment would be, I try to represent my area. We've had tonight probably 2/3 one way, 1/3 another, but I've had tons of emails. I agree with Mrs. Wheeler. I probably had just as many saying go with the managers, the others saying full rollback. And so I'm ready to support, to vote on this and to take care of it and be done tonight. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I agree with Dr. Lowry in reference to the budget process. I was here when we did the mini budgets, and they worked out very well. People came in. I was here not as counsel, but the people would come in. They'd go over the budget. It's up to them to present it and questions asked. It wasn't a micromanage affair, and we have to remember that. They presented to us if we had ideas or suggestions or questions. You can end up going weeks at a time in one area, and we are getting into the weeds. I think it's time we go ahead. I'm going to call the question because it's starting to get counterproductive up here, and we don't need to get any more at odds between each other up here tonight over a very emotional sort of an issue. It's time we just get to the question and get done. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll second that question.
Okay. I'm going to call for discussion, and I'm going to go first on that motion and second. We will call the question. I think we're almost done here, but I think some of what was just said must be responded to. It's not that I don't trust the staff. It's not that I don't think they can do their job, but it is exactly the point that we have to get in the weeds now because the taxpayers, the citizens of this county, the voters expect us to. They elected us to do that. And we need to know what it is. We need to know what we're dealing with. We need to know what they're dealing with. We did give them direction. I asked them to cut 5%.
Point of order, I called the question.
I asked them
Attorney?
I asked them to cut 5%.
I seconded it. We need to vote. You've got to call a question on the
I'm
floor.
sorry, Fred. I'm sorry, Fred, but you're not going to shut me up. I'm part of this council, and I'm going to finish what I'm going to say, and then we'll call the vote if nobody else wants to speak.
Or Robert's
You're
rules
out
of
of
order or
order.
don't.
You are out
One
of
of the
order. You're out of order.
Mr. Attorney, can we have a statement on this?
Actually, you have a call to question, but you need to go through a series of motions to adopt the millage rates. So council will need to make a motion, which Aaron can lead you through in order. So I think what I'm hearing is by some council members, they want to go into that phase, but you cannot make the motion to adopt the millage rate as one lump sum motion.
And what I'm hearing is that the chair wants to have his say.
The chair wants to what?
You want to have your say.
Oh, yeah, I would have preferred to finish my sentence. And I can do it quickly. Barb, I wanted to say to you that I really appreciate what you say and the way that you say it so that we can disagree and still have respect for one another. That's all I'm asking for. I still haven't learned what the magic number is, the magic between the difference of 53.8 and $61.1 million, $53.8 million left and reserved if we go to full rollback. But it's going to be rejected tonight. And so that's why next year I am going to get in the weeds. Several other council members had said it's our responsibility. It's not because I don't trust the staff. I know that the staff is very capable, but we need to see it. And so that when they come back with 5% cuts, we don't just say, oh, well, never mind. We don't really want that. So with that, Aaron, tell us how to call the vote.
Okay, so the first thing we have to do is go through the millage rates. I assume we will go one by one. I'll read each one and we can do the vote.
Sure.
So the fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority Volusia County General Fund is 5.3812 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 5.2025 mils by 3.43%.
Do you need motions on each one? Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Nay. And the motion carries 5-2, with Post and Brower voting against it.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority Volusia County Library Fund is 0.5174 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.4928 mils by 4.99%.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve by Wheeler. I think the second came from Robbins. Was it Danny or Bill? All in favor of the library increase, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Nay. Library fund passes 5-2.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority Volusia Forever Fund is 0.2000 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.1002 mils by 99.60%.
Motion to approve.
Second. Gertman.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman, and I bet this will be a different vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, nay? That one passes unanimously.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the countywide taxing authority Volusia Echo Fund is 0.2000 mils. There is not a rollback rate as it was not levied last year.
Motion to approve.
Second, Gertman.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Gertman. Can we just record that and play it over each time? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Motion for Volusia Echo passes unanimously, 7-0.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the Taxing Authority Mosquito Control Fund is 0.1781 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.1710 mils by 4.15%.
Move to approve.
Second, Wheeler.
Lowry makes a motion to approve. Wheeler seconds it. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Nay. Mosquito control passes 5-2.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the Taxing Authority Ponce Inlet and Port Authority Fund is the rollback rate of 0.0845 mils.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, nay. Ponce Inlet Port Authority passes unanimous, 7-0.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the Taxing Authority Municipal Service District Fund is 2.1083 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 1.9923 mils by 5.82%.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Robbins. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Nay. Motion carries 5-2.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the Taxing Authority Silver Sands Bethune Beach Municipal Service District Fund is 0.0144 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 0.0138 mils by 4.35%.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Wheeler. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Nay. So that motion carries 6-1.
I was a nay.
You were an A
Yeah.
too? I couldn't.
On the.
You got to squeak louder.
Sorry.
Silver Sands?
Silver Sands, yeah.
Motion passes 5-2 with Brower and Post in the negative.
The fiscal year 21-22 operating millage rate for the Taxing Authority Fire Rescue District Fund is 3.8412 mils, which is greater than the rollback rate of 3.6288 mils by 5.85%.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Wheeler and second by Robbins.
Discussion.
Oh, I see your name. Go ahead, Heather Post.
So this is the Fire Rescue Fund. I know we've talked about this before, but I've heard so many times we can't do various things because it has to come out for fire. It has to come out of the Fire Rescue Fund. So I just want to point out we pull money out of that fund for other funds, for EMS and a couple other things. It's the only fund whose personnel losses due to COVID were not that we did not reimburse with our coronavirus relief funds. So I'm going to agree to this increase for fire rescue. But I really hope that the ask for in regards to the adequate public service minimum of 3 firefighters to a truck in regards to safety and public service are really pushed for if we are raising this fund. Thank you.
I agree with that. Call for the vote. All in favor of the Fire Rescue Fund at 3.8412, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Say nay. Pardon me?
It wasn't a motion.
yeah.
Ben, don't fret. It wasn't a motion.
It was just a request.
I'm sure you'll vote no.
Okay, are you done with us?
One more. So that was to adopt the millage rates, and now you need to take action to adopt the operating and non-operating budget. The operating budget is presented at $960,999,531, and the non-operating budget is presented at $185,307,854.
Approve.
You can have one vote on both of those at the same time. Motion to approve by Wheeler, second by Johnson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. And for me, it's a nay because of the previous votes. Was I the only negative vote, Barb? Okay,
But it is because of the previous votes, so I'm good with it because that's what you need for those votes, correct? So I'm voting yes.
Vote motion carries 6-1.
Now I'm done with you.
Thank you for your time, for your hard work through this process. I appreciate all the time you and Ryan have spent with us, and I look forward to starting in a few weeks. And I don't think we need a motion to adjourn because everybody's agreed. So I will at 9:39 call the public meeting on taxes to a close, and we are adjourned.